Right. Let's get started then. Good evening. The Town of Los Gatos Planning Commission meeting of April 13th, 2022 is now called to order. Director Paulson, would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Commissioner Thomas?
Present.
Commissioner Raspy?
Here.
Commissioner Tavana?
Here.
Commissioner Clark?
Here.
Commissioner Janoff?
Here.
Vice Chair Barnett?
Here.
And Chair Hansen?
Here as well. All right, thank you for that. And I will actually turn it back to staff to address the rules of civility and decorum during our meetings.
The public is welcome to participate in the meetings, understanding that the purpose of the meeting is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. For the benefit of the entire community, the Town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the agenda. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at board, commission, or committee meetings. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at board, commission, or committee meetings. All public comments at the board, commission, or committee meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the chair may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the commissioners exiting the chamber or meeting room. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the commissioners would return to the chamber or meeting room and the chair would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a board, commission, or committee meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code, Section 403.
Thank you for that, staff. And now we will move on to public participation. As the Planning Commission conducts its meeting on behalf of the Town Council and the residents of Los Gatos, we encourage active participation, which is essential for democracy and critical to the work of this Planning Commission. That participation can occur in two ways. First is prior to our meeting, written comments about agenda items submitted to staff are always welcome and helpful. Second of all, during our meetings, there are two opportunities for members of the public to participate. The first is during what we call verbal communications, which is where an individual may speak on a topic that is not on this evening's agenda. And during the meeting, on a specific agenda item, any member of the public may speak about that item that is on the agenda. When called to speak, we ask you to state your name for the record and your address as well. However, you may choose to speak anonymously if that is your wish. In any case, we do ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. So with that, we will move into verbal communications. And all members of the public are invited to address the commission on any issue that is not on the agenda, which means in the case of this evening, anything that is not related to 33 Walnut or the general plan or the general plan EIR. So are there any members of the public that would like to speak on items not on the agenda?
Thank you, Chair. Anyone who wants to speak on an item that's not on the agenda, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised, Chair.
Okay, so then we will move on. The next item on our agenda is the consent calendar. We have one item to be acted upon in a single motion, and that is the drafted minutes of our March 23rd, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. Does any member of the commission or any member of the public wish to pull this item from the consent calendar? I'm not seeing any hands raised. May I get a motion from a commissioner for approval of the consent calendar? Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes, I move to approve the minutes as set forth in the consent calendar.
I second.
And thank you for Commissioner Clark for seconding. And so are there any comments or changes to the minutes that are suggested before we take our roll call vote? I don't see any hands raised. So we will take our roll call vote, and I ask you to vote yes, no, or abstain. And I'll start with Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Tavana.
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy.
Yes.
Commissioner Janel.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. The motion passes unanimously. So now we will move on to our public hearings and agenda item 2, which is considering an appeal of the Historic Preservation Committee's decision to deny the removal of a presumptive historic property which is pre-1941 from the Historic Resources Inventory on property zoned R18, located at 33 Walnut Avenue, APN 510-41-007. Our property owner, applicant, and appellant is Jeffrey Siegel, and our project planner is Aaron Walters. Are there any disclosures from commissioners on this item? I don't see any. Can I see a show of hands of commissioners that have visited the subject property? All right, thank you for that. And I understand Ms. Walters will be giving the staff report.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Aaron Walters, Associate Planner. On February 23rd, the Historic Preservation Committee considered the request to remove a pre-1941 presumptive historic property at 33 Walnut Avenue from the Historic Resource Inventory. After consideration, the HPC found that there had been changes made to the structure by both previous property owners and the current property owner. In 2018, both the current property owner and the HPC treated the subject property as a historic property as shown in Exhibit 5, Attachments 3 and 4. The committee found nothing substantive had changed since the 2018 HPC review and approval of exterior modifications to the structure. So based on the testimony and evidence provided in the staff report, HPC found that the historic integrity of the subject structure had not been compromised. The HPC voted unanimously to deny the request to remove the property from the Historic Resource Inventory. On February 27th, the decision of the HPC was appealed by the property owner. The appellant states that the appeal should be granted because HPC failed to consider and apply the decision criteria set forth in the town code and defined by the United States Department of Interior as found in Exhibit 6. The commission has received an addendum, which is found in Exhibit 8, which provides correspondence between the applicant and the California Office of Historic Preservation regarding the property's eligibility for the California Registry. In addition, the commission has also received a desk item, which includes public comment, and this can be found in Exhibit 9. And based on the discussion provided in the staff report, staff does recommend that the Planning Commission deny the appeal, uphold the decision of the HPC, and deny the removal of the presumptive historic property from the Historic Resource Inventory. This concludes staff's report. We're available for questions. Tonight, we also have Sean Mullen, the Historic Preservation Staff Liaison, and Robert Gray, the town's Chief Building Official, if you have specific questions for them. Thank you.
Thank you for that, staff. And do any commissioners have questions? Commissioner Tavana, and then Commissioner Janoff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. I keep hearing the word presumptive. Can you elaborate on why it's called a presumptive historic property?
This property is a pre-1941 property, and in the town code does state that it's historic. However, it's not in a district, and in order to remove pre-1941 property from the resource list, the findings have to be made by the Historic Preservation Committee. So again, it's up for discussion to determine if enough modification or has been occurred on that property.
Just as a quick follow-up. So it's presumptive just because it's pre-1941?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. And Commissioner Chanoff.
Yeah, question for staff. Is it still the case that the federal criteria as well as the state of California criteria is different from the criteria that Los Gatos uses in determining the status of an historic property?
The town code does specify a local criteria that's a little different, but I could have Sean Mullen expand upon that if he's available.
Hi, thank you. Sean Mullen, Senior Planner. Yes, Ms. Walters answered that correctly. The town's local ordinance is slightly different than the Secretary of Interior standards for national listing and the California standards for listing at the state level.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any other questions by commissioners at this time? You will have another opportunity after we do the public hearing. Okay, then I will turn to the applicant appellant, and you are able to speak to the commission for 5 minutes.
I assume, there we go. So the property owner is now allowed to speak. Jeffrey, you can unmute yourself and you have up to 5 minutes.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the time with the Planning Commission today. And I would state that the criteria as used by the state of California's Office of Historic Preservation is not materially different whatsoever from the town of Los Gatos Historic Code. If you compare the two, you'll see they're nearly identical. And we're here really today to apply the criteria. That was not something that was explicitly done. There is attachment 7, which represents over 100 hours of research conducted to provide an in-depth assessment of the facts of whether there is historic integrity remaining on the property as it stands today or not. And Exhibit 7 is the letter to the Planning Commission that summarizes all of that and puts that into perspective. I want to, next slide, please. I want to read to you the official opinion and conclusion from the California State of Office of Historic Preservation. Unlike the HPC, which is lay people that don't have a background in historic preservation, this is an expert opinion after spending several hours in looking in detail at the property in all of its different facets. And I'm going to read to you, this is from Jay Correa, Supervisor of Cultural Resource Programs, Registration and Project Review Units at the California Office of Historic Preservation. He says, I have to say this house at 33 Avenue would not be eligible for the California Register. There is simply too much modern intervention. The porch, a primary character defining feature, is a new construction with new materials instead of an in-kind restoration that would meet the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. The footprint has been dramatically expanded. It really is a new house. The roof line has been altered. It is a flip. In my experience, flips always destroy historic properties to maximize profit. This is antithetical to historic preservation. And that flip that he speaks of happened over many decades of multiple homeowners making multiple waves of changes. And with us just most recently with the front porch change that was approved by the prior Historic Preservation Committee. So, and then what you see here in front of you is further comments also at the national level about, in looking at this property, you know, how that is assessed. So professional historic preservationists whose job is to make exactly these determinations at the state, at the national level, in looking at this property, sees very little of anything historic left. They look for historic integrity. It's either there or it's not there. This is a very binary assessment. And if it is there, then this should stay on the historic inventory. But being on the historic inventory does not make a house historic. It just means it's old. And the only way we ever know whether it's really worthy, whether it merits being on the inventory, or to stay on the inventory, is to do this very in-depth assessment. This is not a 5-minute or a 10-minute exercise. This is a very deep dive into the facts. Next slide. And a neighbor who has lived next door since 1961 says 33 Walnut looks nothing like it did when I first saw it back in 61. I don't even recognize this residence as ever being that small summer cottage, that 1-bedroom, 1-story, 900 square foot small summer cottage. And that is the acid test that a lot of historic preservationists use. If a prior owner or a neighbor can't even recognize it for what it once was, then there's nothing about it that is considered historic anymore. Next slide. And to answer one of the questions earlier, presumptive means just that it's pre-1941. It does not mean that there was ever a determination of any historic significance before. And we have never asked any prior HPC to look at it from that perspective and make that determination. This is the first time that, in fact, that we've ever done that. Next slide. And one more slide. You could see this is not a small 900 square foot quaint little cottage anymore. Next slide. And these are the criteria. And this is the same criteria used by the state and the US National Department of Interior. These are not different criteria. They are the same criteria. So this is how it was measured and looked at. And the key question in particular is number 5. Is there or is there not historic integrity remaining after massive alterations that have been made over a 60-year period of time by multiple homeowners? And the answer, as verified by historic preservationists in their professional assessment, is there is no historic integrity. They would not even think about putting this on their registries. So
Again, I need to stop you just for a second. Director Paulson has his hand up, and I suspect it's because the 5 minutes are up. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. He said yes. So, I need to stop you there. We did receive all of your materials and evidence in our packet, and also there was the addendum and the desk item. So I believe we do have all the information, and the commissioners had time to review everything that you submitted. So I want to ask if any commissioners have any questions for you. We do have 2 members of the Historic Preservation Committee sitting on the Planning Commission. So I would like to know if any commissioners have questions for the appellant. Commissioner Jana.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Mr. Siegel, I'm curious to know why now. You've been before the Historic Preservation Commission twice before, so this is your 3rd time, at least, as far as our staff report demonstrates. Why now are you making the request to remove it from the historic inventory?
Yeah, that's a great question. I appreciate the question. Thank you. Because there was a question about what was my somewhat supposed devious intention of why I would even ask for this. And the reason is very simple. The house is in the wildland urban interface. The house sits 24 inches, I think 23 inches away from the fence line with the neighboring property, which has a whole bunch of very flammable flora that's right against the house. I started Firewise Los Gatos. I'm the president of that. We care a lot about fire safety. You can't have historic preservation if a fire destroys the property, and this town knows that so much of its downtown is destroyed and gone forever because of fires. So we wanted to replace the siding with wildfire safe materials. We're building an ADU on a different part of our lot, and it was mandated in a good way. I'm saying that in a good way. It was mandated that we use materials that wouldn't burn. And that was the right thing to do. And it's mandated for new construction. But if you don't have the ability to use those same kind of materials on properties that are existing, then you're leaving them incredibly vulnerable to wildfires. And in the historic neighborhoods where properties are small in scale and homes are on top of each other, that and up the hill where we are, where the winds blow really fiercely during the wildfire months, it is a particular concern. So this whole thing kind of started because we wanted to fire harden the home, and our historic preservation ordinances prevent that from happening. It's probably a correction that needs to be made in those ordinances, but it hasn't been done to this date. So that was the genesis of it.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you, Commissioner Janoff. And Vice Chair Barnett has a question for you.
Yes, I think it's self-evident that the siding on the property has been changed since pre-1941, but do you have an estimate as to when the current exterior siding was placed?
I don't. I wish I could answer that question, because I guess the real answer is it was done at multiple times in multiple waves. The original little 900 square foot summer cottage got pushed out, and then it got pushed out again, and then it got pushed up to a second story, and then that whole second story got pushed out further, and then that whole second story was demolished and then rebuilt anew. So every single time that all of these changes would take place, it would of course affect the siding.
Okay.
So to answer your question the best I can, it represents multiple moments in time.
Okay, thank you for that, Vice Chair Barnett. So you answered his question. Do any other commissioners have questions for Mr. Siegel? Okay, I don't see any hands raised. So the next step in our process, if there is anyone that would like to, from the public, that would like to speak on this matter, this would be the time to do that.
I see the property owner's architect with his hand raised, but he would be part of the 5 minutes with the team, and the hand has gone down. Anyone else wish to speak on this item from the public? I don't see any hands raised, Chair.
Okay, then we will go back to the applicant appellant, and that would include you, Mr. Siegel, as well as anyone that is on your team. And you have another 3 minutes to address the commission.
And I see the architect's hand raised, so I'm going to allow him to speak. Start the 3 minutes.
I think I didn't realize I was unmuted or unmuted. My name is David Hernandez. I'm the architect for Jeffrey Siegel, the architect for the projects that are ongoing at 33 Walnut Avenue. My address is 1150 Pedro Street, San Jose. I would just add to this conversation my concurrence with Jay Correa, California Office of Historic Preservation. The current residence as it stands does not resemble anything that would be considered historic, given the number of changes structurally and aesthetically to the building. The front porch was certainly in disrepair, needed replacement given the rot and exposure. And it also provided a outdoor living space for Mr. Siegel and his family. So with that expansion, we were able to at least maintain some of the character of the building, or at least the frontage, I should say, the porch. But beyond that, there's not a whole lot that remains of the original residence, obviously, but the extent of the character of the building, I think, was lost long ago with the multitude of changes that have been made over time. So I would just concur with Mr. J. Correa and with Jeffrey's arguments as to removal for this residence from the historical registry. Thank you.
And if I could dogpile on to what David said, I think the real question here, because referencing presumptive, the real question here isn't, should it be taken off? That really is the wrong question. The real question is, should it remain on the inventory? And if the answer in anyone's mind is yes, I would respectfully ask those commissioners to please give us your insight and your justification for why you think that there really is historic integrity remaining. Where is it? Please point that out, because certainly the California State Office of Historic Preservation didn't see any. So we need to know, is there a justification to keep it on, not a justification for why it should be removed.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. And do any commissioners have any questions for Mr. Siegel or his architect before I close the public hearing? Okay, I don't see any hands raised. Okay, so that we'll be closing the public hearing, and I will now turn to the commission and ask if you have any questions for staff or each other, or comments on the application, or wish to make a motion. And in this particular case, our motion will be either to deny the appeal or uphold the appeal. Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes, I had an exchange with correspondence with Ms. Walters this morning, but I'd like to have a response on the record. And I brought to her attention section 2910.020 of the town code, which has a definition of demolition in the context of historic properties. And it provides in part that exterior wall coverings may be removed if they're not original to the structure. And I was wondering what the town's response is in connection with that definition.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. The way the town handles that is in order to be an exempt and prove that that is an existing, that is non-original siding, an applicant would need to come to HPC and request that exception. So that's how it's handled through the town. And in this case, that was not, that nobody came to us beforehand and asked to have that exempt.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. And I believe Vice Chair or Commissioner Janoff is next, and then also Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. This is sort of confusing to me, so I feel like a few questions might be here. So for staff, is what you're telling us that this is before us because of the removal of the wall covering that didn't get handled procedurally the way the town of Los Gatos wants to handle it, and ex post facto, the applicant appellant is now requesting removal of from the inventory?
They're separate items, so they're completely separate. This is just a request to remove from the inventory. The history of the project includes everything in the staff report with regards to modification to the property, as well as a demolition due to removal of siding, but this is an independent decision.
All right, and question, like maybe it's for HBC committee members. The criteria for removal, and I just want to reflect that the question before us is regarding criteria for removal, not what the applicant is asking us for, which is criteria for why it should remain. So we've got 5 basic criteria that we use, and we've used them for years and years. There's included in the package is mention of an author, Rutherford Montgomery, and I'm curious, HBC was silent as to whether the significance of that individual, which seemed like it was significant enough that it might have checked the box for criteria number 2. That's one question. And then there's also a comment that it's a bell ringer property, and I see the paperwork for bell ringer. And typically the bell ringer property gets a bit of research, and that would have been in the 1980s, I believe. But I'd like to hear HBC commissioners, if committee members, if you have any, if there was any deliberation over those 2 particular items.
Commissioner Clark already had her hand up, so perhaps you could comment, and we would like to hear from Commissioner Raspy as well.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Commissioner Raspy first, if that's okay, since he's been chair of the HPC.
Sure. And thank you, commissioners and Commissioner Jana, for your questions. I don't recall a discussion of the residence by author at the home as part of our historic discussion. I think we, for the most part, focused on criteria 5, the integrity, whether the integrity has been compromised, such that the strong structure no longer has the potential to convey significance. It was our discussion and belief, and I hate to paraphrase the thoughts of my fellow commissioners, but I'll do the best I can. The application came to us in a peculiar procedural posture. It came to us following a notice from the town of an unlawful demolition because pursuant to work which had been authorized by the HPC, siding had been removed, which had gone beyond the scope of the original permit. And then it was as a result of the notice of an unlawful demolition that the HPC got involved in February. Before that time, Commissioner John, if you're correct, the HPC has seen this property at least twice in 2007 and again in 2018 and 19. And at that time, it was the opinion of all parties, including the owner, which was likely a different owner in 2007, that the property, at least the front facade, had historic significance, that it was an example of Queen Anne style architecture, and that it was worthy of saving. And as a result, everybody treated it as a proper example to appear before the HBC and be the subject of our discussion. I think that's a fair synopsis of our earlier discussion. Commissioner Clark, if you want to alter that at all. And just as long as I'm speaking, one final point, the applicant has made the point tonight that the burden should be on those seeking to keep homes on the historic inventory. It's my understanding it works exactly to the contrary. It's a presumptive home. It is presumed to be a historic and of significance if it was constructed before 1941. The burden is on those seeking to remove it from the inventory to show that it has lost its significance. And so I think it was our feeling at the HPC that the applicant hadn't carried that burden. So with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Clark.
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you. I definitely agree with everything Commissioner Raspy said, and I think that was a good synopsis of our conversation. This was particularly complicated for me because the unlawful demolitions that were made might have made it, in my eyes, not historic anymore. But the problem was the way that it was done, and it felt unfair to remove the property because they unlawfully made it something that might not be historical. And so I'm not sure whether I do, feel like in its current state it is or isn't. That's something that I'm still thinking about, but that is a problem I've been sitting with is what to do about the way that this happened. And we, yeah, as Commissioner Raspy said, we did not consider those other factors that you brought up, Commissioner Janoff. And I think that those do seem worth considering, but I don't think we had any conversation about those.
That was very helpful. Thank you for that. And I appreciate both of you talking about the experience because we don't take lightly the expertise that you have and the unanimous decision that the HPC made in this matter. I have a question for staff. Since we've run into this before. I mean, when there's unlawful demolitions, but it sounds like some of this might have happened more in the past. Do we have any recourse to maybe return some of it back to its original state?
All the work that's been, sorry, my lights are going out. All the work that's been done in the past has been permitted. So that was not demolished. That actually went through the Historic Preservation Committee back in, I believe, 2007-ish for the addition in the rear. However, the most recent work that was permitted, that did go through HPC, that went through building permits, the applicant did remove siding in the over the 25% on the front elevation. And so that is the only element right now that has been removed and has not been replaced at this time. They are going through an architecture and site application for the demolition of the house, the technical demolition of the house.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. I guess that, I mean, from all of this information that we have in front of us with all of our attachments and everything, it seems like there was obviously significant work that was done. Okay. Sorry. Seems like there was significant work that was done between when the house was actually built and the first time this came before the Historic Preservation Committee. So I guess that like that's kind of, you know, I mean, as a person that's not super familiar with architectural history and what was happening, you know, between those that time period, like I don't know. That's just something that I'm like curious about and wondering about with regards to the criteria. If that makes sense.
Got it. Commissioner Janoff has her hand up, and then Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on, to follow on Commissioner Thomas's question. We have many, many, many residences in town that started off as a small cottage and then were added on to, and HPC sees dozens of those, if not, you know, every year, but you know, they're ubiquitous throughout town. And just because there's been an addition made doesn't mean that the house loses its historic significance. As long as the original structure can be seen, I guess, regardless of where it winds up. And I'm not clear from the applicant what he means when he says it was pushed forward and pushed forward and pushed up. I don't know where the original facade is anymore, but that the fact that it's been added on to or modified in and of itself doesn't warrant removal from the historic inventory. The question is, where is that original facade? And sometimes that's all we have left, but we want to retain that physical facade because it does represent something very important to the history of the town. So it may not look like what Mrs. Seaborn recalls in 1961, but if that historic piece is still visible and still represents the history that it was, the Historic Preservation Committee, in my experience, having been a former member, doesn't really have the authority to remove it. So my feeling, which you might sense, is that I respectfully disagree with the applicant's arguments, but I do, and so I would be inclined to not remove it from the inventory and so deny the appeal. A follow-on question for staff is, we've made a lot of changes to the code that allows for improved material choices. If we allow the criteria that the applicant is asking for with regard to fire-safe materials, because it's a WUI it's located in a woody area. I don't understand why there wouldn't be a whole bunch of other requests for removal just so new siding could be put on that's fire safe, fire approved. So I'm a little concerned about where this might go if we were to approve the appeal.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Janoff, Commissioner Clark, and then Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. I had some of the exact same thoughts as Commissioner Janoff. I think the removal of siding is very interesting because it feels to me that the applicant could just apply for that, and that if it has to do with wildfire safety, I'm sure I would assume that there's a way. And so I would like to hear from staff about that. And something else I'd like to mention is that we did ask in the HPC meeting, why now? And that was not the answer at the time. And so to me, I think that's a little telling also.
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner Clark, Commissioner Thomas, and then Commissioner Tavana.
I think Commissioner Clark wanted to ask staff about what the procedure would be to properly apply for replacement of the siding for a historic house. And I would like that answered also, please.
Okay, so this one's for staff.
Mr. Mullen, would you like to answer that?
Yes, thank you. The applicant or any applicant wishing to replace the siding with an alternative material not original to the home can make that request of the Historic Preservation Committee. And the proper procedure would be to make that request and take it to the committee to get their recommendation and their ultimate decision on it. That just wasn't done in this case.
Okay, got it. All right, Commissioner Tavana and then Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you. Just wanted clarity here. I want to make sure I understood what I heard earlier from Ms. Walters. So what we're considering tonight is just whether to remove it or keep it on the HRI. It has nothing to do with the siding, the history of what they're doing currently. It's just whether or not we're going to remove it or not, keep it on tonight.
That's correct, considering the appeal.
Considering the appeal. Thank you.
Okay, and then Commissioner Janoff, then Commissioner Clark, and Vice Chair Barnett.
Question for staff: are there fire safe materials or fire rated materials that can be used on historic properties of this nature that are approved by the town?
I can jump in on that one. The residential design guidelines as written would typically recommend materials that were original to the construction. So that's typically going to be wood. Folks do come in and ask questions about things like hardy board, the cementatious siding. That's not a typical or classic material. There are ways, and I could defer to Robert Gray, the chief building official. There are ways that I understand to build up below the outside surface to create a fire barrier. I'm not an expert on that, and I would defer to the chief building official.
Yes, good evening, Robert Gray, chief building official. Mr. Mullen's correct. There are other options of providing fire protection to the exterior of a home and still preserve the exterior siding. Obviously, cementous material is preferred. But there are ways to provide protection underneath that material, such as fire-rated gypsum board. Of course, there's also the opportunity to provide sprinkler curtains on the outside of the house, which is a little extreme, but there are other opportunities to do that to preserve the historic characters of the house.
So just to confirm, removing it from the inventory is not necessary in order to apply a fire safe or fire rated material to preserve the structure should an event occur.
I would agree with that statement. Sorry, Robert, I'll jump in real quick from planning's perspective. I would agree with that statement and further say that the HPC could approve an alternative material if the request was brought to the HPC and the criteria that the material looked genuine and authentic to the construction period and technique and architecture.
So just to finish up, and maybe this is a procedural question for staff, can the planning commission tonight say, go back in time, go back to HBC and get the proper approval and make it right that way and not delist the house?
I think procedurally, what's in front of you this evening is an appeal of the HPC decision to deny removal from the inventory. Should the applicant want to make a specific request for an alternative material, they're welcome to submit that application at any time.
All right, thank you so much.
And I'll jump in and just add that there is an architecture and site application that's been preliminarily applied as a result of the technical demolition. And so as a part of that review, if this house is kept as historic as a result of this evening's meeting, that architecture and site application would go to the HPC for review and could include requests for particular materials.
Thank you for that, Ms. Armour. I will go, if your question is answered, Commissioner Dana, we can go to Commissioner Clark and then Vice Chair Barnett.
Thank you. So I have a few thoughts. I think that if the reason for removing this property is to change the siting, then it should just be brought to the Historic Planning Commission as an application for siting removal, and that's an option that the applicant would have. I think that it feels to me like it's better to just keep it in the inventory. And if the applicant is claiming that nothing is going to be done to compromise whatever historical significance the property could have, that's something that would be uncovered when the Historic Preservation Committee looks at the property and looks at the architecture and site application. And so I think that it should be kept in the inventory.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Clark. Vice Chair Barnett.
I have a concern whether the appellant was provided with procedural due process, because the Historical Preservation Committee did not make findings on 4 of the 5 criteria that were to be considered. I would propose, I can make a motion to this effect if it's the proper time, to remand the application back to the Historic Preservation Committee for making those findings, and also to consider the definition of demolition, which I brought up earlier. And thirdly, to allow the timing is proper for architectural and site application to be considered.
So I have a question for staff. I actually like where Vice Chair Barnett is going with this. However, it's not our typical procedure to remand things back to the Historic Preservation Committee. So let me throw that at the staff and see.
I can definitely jump in. I don't personally recall, obviously the Planning Commission doesn't see very many appeals. This is the first one I recall of an appeal of a decision of the Historic Preservation Committee to remove something from the inventory. So it is unique. I don't know that it's out of the question, but it would be different than a typical path for an appeal. Most of the appeals, the Planning Commission takes the action, because then obviously the appellant, the property owner, has the ability to also take that to the town council. But should the Planning Commission believe that remanding it to HPC is appropriate, and I would just defer to the town attorney to make sure he does not have any concerns with that, then that could potentially be a path forward. It just potentially doesn't allow the applicant the next step without going back to HPC, then potentially coming back to PC, and then going to town council through that appeal process. So unless the town attorney has other thoughts, I think that is an option. But again, it would be a further delay for the property owner to get this to the final decision maker, which would be the council.
And I agree with Mr. Paulson about the rights of the appellant and the ability that you do have to send it back to the Historical Preservation Committee if you would like.
Okay, so if I'm hearing this correctly, what we have to weigh is, is it an undue burden to put additional delay in the process if it's going to ultimately be appealed to council. But on the other hand, Vice Chair Barnett brings up an issue which was also raised by Commissioner Janoff, which is that there were 5 criteria for removal, and it appears that there might have been justification for another one, at least criteria 2. So that's kind of where we have to weigh on it. But it sounds like we could go in the direction of what Vice Chair Barnett is suggesting. And Commissioner Clark has your hand up.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. I just want to ask, is it the case that due process was not followed by the commission not making findings for those first 4 criteria?
I can jump in briefly. And in my experience in the 5 years of working with the Historic Preservation Committee, typically the motion, and I haven't reviewed the exact tape from this meeting, but the motion is typically for successful removal from the inventory that the HPC can make the findings, and for denial for removal from the inventory that they can't make the findings. If I said that backwards, I apologize. But the process in the meeting itself of making the motion has not been, in my experience, addressing each finding individually in the motion. The findings are added in the staff report, very similar to the Planning Commission staff reports. Rather than an attachment, they're embedded within the report, and it explains what the responsibility of the HPC is to make the finding for the request, and the motion usually reflects that.
Thank you. Chair, may I make a comment?
Go ahead.
So I think that if Vice Chair Barnett's concern is it being unfair to the applicant that due process wasn't followed, then my leaning would be to leave it up to the applicant, which they would prefer. But I know other commissioners might not agree with that. And I think it would depend on what you would think the problem would be with not making those first 4 findings.
I'd like to jump in and ask another question of staff, which is I think there's a lot of merit to what Mr. Mullen said as well, which is that, and we see this a lot at Planning Commission as well, there's any number of findings, and usually you only have to make one. And so then I don't know that that it is a violation of the applicant's rights if they didn't specifically make findings on the other 4 items, which they could have, as long as they made findings on one and they had that justified. So that is my view on that based on what we've seen at Planning Commission. So I'm going to ask if staff has a response on that. And I see that Commissioner Raspy has his hand up too. So, but let me ask staff that question first.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes, that's correct. So, they would not have to make all of these findings to remove it. Simply making one to remove it or to not remove it is sufficient in our proceedings from whether it's Planning Commission or HPC. There are decisions where there are multiple findings that may need to be considered, but you may not be able to make them all. But if you make one, then that is moving the decision forward.
Okay, all right, that helps. All right, so then Commissioner Tanner, I'm going to go to Commissioner Raspy because he was waving his hand, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Chair. And sorry, I meant to raise my hand, not wave my hand, but it's and I think Mr. Paulson's actually more eloquently stated what I was going to say. As of the 5 criteria that are generally before us on the removal question, it's drafted, as my understanding, in the conjunctive or, that is, we only have to make a finding as to any one of the 5. And if any one of the 5 are found, then because it's presumptively on the inventory, it remains on the inventory. And I think that's the way we've been analyzing those issues at the HPC. If there's some formula we should be dealing with or differently in the future, just staff can let us know. That'd be great.
Okay, I think that's great. That makes me understand completely where we're at. Commissioner Jana.
I just wanted to add to that In my experience as well, I was on historic preservation for, I don't know, some years. Same, we only needed to meet one criteria in order to remove, and of course, if there was a plethora, then that was a different situation, but typically there was only one. In this case, we can see that there might be a possibility of two because of the author, and we can also see that the criteria number 5 might be further strengthened by the existence of a bell ringer status and the historic research that would have gone into that project. So, and in my experience, when a house is deemed to be a bell ringer, you don't touch it. I mean, it doesn't come off the inventory. So it might change over time, but it retains that status. So I would not be in favor of remanding this back to historic preservation. In listening to tonight's testimony, I think there are recourse for the homeowner to satisfy his desires, which is to apparently to have different siding put on his home. And I would hate for him to have to go back and process when I think it's pretty clear what the criteria could be. And so it just seems like it would be an unnecessary detour backward. I would be in favor of personally, I would be in favor of denying this request and letting it go forward.
Okay, and if there aren't any other comments, then would you like to make a motion, Commissioner Gatos?
Do we have a motion on the table already from Vice Chair Barnett?
I think he made a suggestion. My interpretation is he made a suggestion that an issue, he wanted to raise an issue, and I think we've addressed the issue that his due process was not violated in this process.
Okay, well, I don't have the page in front of me. I wasn't prepared to make the motion, but I will make the motion to deny the request for appeal of the historic preservation decision of remove the residence at 33 Walnut Avenue from the historic inventory. And if staff could point me to the necessary exhibit to make the required findings, I'd be happy to do that. Or by saying I can make the required findings, I'm happy to do that. Oh, here we are. Shall I redo it? So we are, the motion is to deny the appeal of the Historic Preservation Committee to deny the removal of presumptive historic property pre-1941 from the Historic Resources Inventory on property zone R-18 APN 510-41007, property owner, applicant, appellant Jeffrey Siegel. I can make the required findings to determine that I cannot make the required findings to determine that this structure has no significant or architectural merit as listed in the 5 criteria in Exhibit 2.
Okay, thank you for that. And do we have a second? Commissioner Clark.
I second.
Yeah, I take that as a second.
Yeah.
Okay. Or do any commissioners have comments or suggestions for the motion of Commissioner Tabana?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to say that I don't think I'm going to support this motion. This is a presumptive historic property, and I get that point. However, age by itself is not a determination of historical significance, in my opinion. And I'd argue that I could probably find that 1 through 4, we haven't been able to justify, the structures associated with events that have made significant contribution to town. No significant persons are associated with the site. While there was an author, we don't know his history or if he was significant. There are no distinctive characteristics, type, period, or method of construction or work of a master. And the structure does not yield information to town history. So everything I've read tonight, I would argue that I would support removing it from the HPC or HRI. So those are just my general comments tonight.
Well, thank you for your comments. Are there any other commissioners that would like to comment before we take the roll call vote? Okay, seeing none, we will take the roll call vote and please answer yes, no, or abstain. And I will start again with Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Tabana.
No.
Commissioner Raspy.
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett.
No.
And I vote yes as well. So the motion passes 5-2. And are there appeal rights staff?
Thank you, Chair. Anyone who is not satisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission can appeal that decision to the Town Council. Forms are available on the town's website and in the clerk department. There's a fee for filing the appeal, and the appeal must be filed within 10 days by 4 p.m. on that 10th day.
Okay, thank you for that. And so then that closes item 2, and we will move on to item 3. And that is review and make a recommendation on the draft 2040 general plan and final environmental impact report to the Town Council. I will remind the Commission that our role in this matter is to carefully consider all of the materials received, and including the input and recommendations of the GPAC over 35 meetings, the Town Council and this Commission from a study session, a couple of other Town Council meetings to provide input to the Planning Commission, as well as a substantial amount of input from the public since 2018 when this process started, including in-person meetings and workshop, oral communications at meetings, and multitudes of written communications. We will be proceeding to make a recommendation to the Town Council on the general plan and certification of a final EIR. The Town Council is the final deciding body on both documents, and we will describe in more detail the procedure we will use to consider the general plan after the completion of all verbal public comments, which will be taken to this meeting. It is entirely possible that we will not finish our review this during this meeting and may need to continue the meeting to complete our review. I will now turn it over to staff for their report.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Jennifer Armour, Planning Manager. The item before you is the consideration of the draft 2040 general plan and final environmental impact report. I know we have all been looking forward to getting to this point in the process, that you now have the opportunity to discuss and prepare a recommendation to Town Council. First, for those in the audience who are joining us for the first time, this is an update to the existing 2020 general plan. It's a document that is updated every 10 to 20 years. Every jurisdiction in California must have a general plan, which is a local government's long-term framework or constitution for the future growth, services, and resource management. The document before you is the result of extensive work over the last 4 years by the General Plan Update Advisory Committee, also known as the GPAC, the Planning Commission, Town Council, expert consultants, staff from numerous departments and other agencies, and so many members of the public who have shared their questions and concerns, praise, and passion in conversations and in writing to keep improving this document and this vision for the future of Los Gatos. As part of this staff presentation tonight, I want to share with you a few important points as a foundation for the discussion. First, a reminder that this is a high-level policy document. It doesn't always get into the details that we're looking for, but those can be developed in other code or guideline documents or programs, and sometimes that is recorded in the general plan as an implementation program. While this discussion tonight will likely focus on a few specific components based on the written public comment that we've received, this document includes 9 chapters covering a wide variety of topics. It has an introduction with a vision and guiding principles. It has a racial, social, and environmental justice element, which is brand new for this draft 2040 general plan. It has the land use element and the community design element, a reorganized mobility element, public facilities, services, and infrastructure element, open space, parks, and recreation element, environment and sustainability element, hazards and safety element. What it does not include is an update to the housing element. That actually goes through a separate process that's on a different timeline. Instead of being updated every 10 to 20 years, as the full general plan generally is, the housing element is on a state mandated 8-year timeline for updates. And we have actually just started that process. And it depends on the capacity that is provided within the land use element regulations. The most substantial changes in this draft 2040 general plan from the 2020 general plan include the new racial, social, and environmental justice element, the incremental housing opportunities, increase in housing opportunities for mixed-use developments in some of our commercial areas, as well as missing middle housing in existing neighborhoods with design requirements. A new community commercial land use designation, new community place districts that provide more objective design standards and focus on community form or urban design for all development. Shifts in focus of transportation policies to street design, connectivity, and mobility, and reduction in vehicle miles traveled rather than just road capacity. New goals in environment and sustainability element, and it expanded policies to prepare for wildfire, climate change, and community health threats. The draft general plan is still a draft, and we expect that the recommendation to Town Council from the Planning Commission will include modifications based on your review of the documents, the environmental review information provided, and further public input received since the June 2021 release of the draft general plan. And we will continue to receive additional input as well. Written input will continue to be received until a final decision is made by Town Council. So these modifications can be made based on suggestions that have already been received and recommendations. We do include a list, a summary of that and categorization by chapter in Exhibit 7. That's based on all public comment that has been received since June 2021. And it also includes some of the comments that were submitted on the draft EIR, but actually include changes to the general plan itself. Your modifications can also be the results of your review and consideration. They do not have to be prompted by public comment. I'd also like to share a few specific points about the environmental review. This is a program EIR. A program environmental impact report, which is different than a project EIR that's based on a specific project where you have specific amount of development, construction, a building that is proposed. And so the process and the type of analysis is slightly different than most of the environmental review that you see at projects that come to the Planning Commission. The purpose of an EIR is to provide information. And so certification or recommendation to certify an EIR does not indicate approval of the project. Unavoidable impacts, as there are for this EIR, are actually quite common with general plans. A project plan of this level, especially in a community where we don't have any type of high-speed public transit, is likely to have unavoidable impacts in terms of vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gases. And so this is actually something that we have seen on previous environmental review for previous general plans as well. And then one final point, the final decision on the 2040 general plan will be made by Town Council and will be the result of their deliberations and considerations, considering the recommendation from the GPAC, the recommendation from the Planning Commission, and any further comments received by the public, including written comments submitted after today's 11 a.m. deadline or after the completion of your deliberations. So this concludes staff's presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. And we do have consultants as well. So if there are questions that I can't answer that we want to get into some details, we can ask them to add.
Okay, very good. And thank you for your presentation. And I would like to take this time to commend staff for the excellent support that they've given the GPAC over the last 2.5 years that the GPAC worked, as well as over the last year processing the EIR and collecting all the public comments, and leading up into this time where the Planning Commission will be reviewing the general plan and the EIR. Spent excessive time responding to every single letter that was received which is part of the EIR process, and responding to them in detail about whether or not it required changes to the EIR or identified additional impacts. And then further went to take all of the hundreds and hundreds of comments, which we appreciate and continue to encourage, that came in since the GPAC stop meeting back in May of last year, and was able to compile all of those comments and basically help us characterize them by element, so that when we proceed through the review of the general plan after public comments, we can do so in much more of an orderly fashion. So I would like to thank staff for that. And I will ask at this time if commissioners have any questions for staff before we begin our public comments. You will have other opportunities to talk and ask questions of staff as we review the document. Okay, I don't see any hands raised. Okay, so now we will turn to public comments. This is the time where we would take public comments on the general plan as well as the final EIR. And we ask any members of the public that wish to speak to limit their comments to 3 minutes. And this will be the only opportunity during the Planning Commission's review of the general plan for verbal public comments to be made during the meeting. We will be taking all public comments at this moment in time, even if we are having to continue the meeting to another meeting. We want to hear all public comments up front before we begin any discussion. So I would like to see if there's people that would like to speak from the public. And I would like to add just one more comment, which is we totally appreciate any and all comments on the general plan. One thing I did want to say, that as we review the general plan and consider all of your comments, is that one that is difficult for us to consider is that many people have advocated for a no growth scenario. And while we on the GPAC, as well as the Planning Commission, all share the same concerns as you as residents of town, we are mandated by state law to adhere to providing and planning for housing. We don't actually build it, but we have to plan for housing in our housing element. And we have to start that process through the general plan by having densities and land use standards that make it possible for developers to be able to build those things. So one thing we cannot consider, though, is any scenario where there's zero growth in town, as much as everyone would like that to help things settle from the North 40. But that being said, you're welcome to make any comments that you like related to the general plan at this time.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. The first speaker will be Juliana.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Juliana Pendleton, and I am a resident of Los Gatos and the Environmental Advocacy Assistant for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. Thank you to staff, the GPAC, and everyone who has put so much work into this general plan update. Last year, I advocated for a goal to be added to the general plan environment and sustainability element for a dark sky and bird safe design ordinance. I was excited that the GPAC agreed with protecting our naturally night sky, reducing artificial light at night, and protecting our birds, hundreds of millions of which die each year due to building or structure collisions related to artificial light at night. I hope you all support the inclusion of a dark sky and bird safe design ordinance in the general plan. Please also consider removing any goals or policies within the plan that would lead to overlighting our town. Already, I have a bright street light outside my window that shines into my room each night, and I often drive by the Creekside Sports Complex that now has temporary lighting that is bright, unshielded, and on even when I don't see any players on the field. Los Gatos can become a leader in responsible outdoor lighting, but in order to do so, we need to include responsible uses of light in all of our planning guidelines. Okay. Additionally, as you review and make recommendations on the draft general plan, please strengthen biodiversity protections, native habitat enhancement, and wildlife connectivity whenever possible. Right in our backyard, the newts of Alma Bridge Road are dying at an alarming rate due to vehicles. Whenever we think about transportation, from roads to slow streets to trails, we need to prioritize both human and wildlife safety and include safe wildlife crossings. Thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to watching how this general plan will uplift both the humans of Los Gatos as well as the wildlife and native environment that also call Los Gatos home.
Thank you for your comments. I'll ask if any commissioners have a question for you, but I have one, which is we appreciate all the comments that you've been making during the general plan process, including now. And my question for you is there anything in your comments tonight that wasn't included in the written comments that you've already given us that we have in front of us to consider?
I think they are all consistent. My letters and more written comments go into more detail of which goals and policies can be considered, but I think tonight's comments are more just broad, having to do with habitat connectivity, native plants, protections of our night sky, all the fun stuff. So, but thank you so much for all the work you've done. I've really enjoyed engaging in this process.
Thank you very much. Do any commissioners have questions for Ms. Pendleton? I don't see any hands raised, so I'm sure there's others that would like to speak.
Yes,
I'm
the
sorry.
next speaker will be.
I made a mistake. I didn't see Commissioner Clark had her hand up.
Sorry, I just put it up because I have a comment that was not a question for the commenter. I just wanted to say I don't think that we ever explicitly said to raise your hand if you want to make a comment. And I think we're all familiar enough with that process right now, but I figured that that's probably important to make sure the audience knows.
Oh, yes. Well, so the procedure is to, if you're on Zoom and you're online, you can click the raise hand feature in Zoom, and that will let staff know that you want to speak. And if you are participating by phone, it is *9. Is that correct, staff? Yes, to participate by phone. And so I think that is the options that you need to be able to speak to us, because we certainly want to encourage anyone and don't want lack of knowledge of how to do that to be an impediment.
Thank you, Chair. The next speaker will be Karen.
Good evening, and thank you for your hard work on the general plan. My name is Karen Rubio, and I've lived in Los Gatos for 37 years. I'm also a member of local nonprofit plant-based advocates, and I'm sure you know you've been hearing from us. As a mother and environmentalist, I'm asking the Planning Commission and Town Council to take action to ensure a habitable planet for our children by including plant-based diet education into Section 8.12 of the General Plan. On March 31st, the Mercury News published my opinion piece entitled, "It's Time for Californians to Talk About the Cow in the Room." In this article, I explain how 47% of California's water goes to meat and dairy production, and how the livestock industry plays a key role in climate change. The planet's 7 hottest years on record have happened in the last 7 years, and in California, the effects of climate change are inescapable. We now know that raising livestock is a primary cause not only of global warming, but also land depletion, water scarcity, deforestation, pollution, and biodiversity loss. Shifting to a plant-based diet reduces foods' associated greenhouse gas emissions by as much as 73% and cuts in half the water needed to produce our food. Therefore, any plan to achieve a sustainable environment must include education about plant-based diets. The latest report by the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has outlined the dire consequences if we fail to address runaway global warming. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called the report a code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening and the evidence is irrefutable, end quote. For elected officials and community leaders, I ask you to take action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as this could be the most important thing you'll ever do in your capacity as town leaders. Therefore, I hope the Planning Commission will support our request for programs to educate residents about the benefits of eating plant-based. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments and your continued education of all of us on the benefits of plant-based eatings, and your comments, and as well as multiple of your colleagues, are duly noted. Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Rubio from the commissioner? Okay, I don't see any. So, Commissioner Tabana.
Sorry, Chair. Just a quick question to Ms. Rubio. I just wanted to get her opinion on if the general plan in the draft form is satisfactory to her and achieves her goals.
Thank you for that question. I know that the general plan has incorporated some of our ideas, but what it's lacking right now is a solid commitment toward educating residents about eating plant-based. And I just feel strongly that it's necessary because that's largely absent today. In general education, kids are not taught it in school. Doctors go through their entire education with less than 7 hours of nutrition training, which is just unbelievable. So that's why, and we're bombarded with marketing from meat and dairy companies. You know, people still think dairy is good for you. It's not. So yeah, that's why I feel like a solid education plan is necessary. And thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas has a question for you as well.
Just as a follow-up to Commissioner Tabana's question, Ms. Rubio, you said that I just want to clarify that you want a plant-based diet education program added as an implementation program attached to goal to 8.12, section 8.12.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Barnett has a question for you as well. You're still on mute.
Yeah, sorry about that. Ms. Rubio, thank you for your comments. The question I have is if this the general plan incorporates a requirement for an education, plant-based education program, what would that mean in terms of actual implementation, you know, specifics that you'd be looking for the town to perform?
Thank you. That's a great question. So our group has been in existence for about almost 3 years, but we became a nonprofit last year. We've actually submitted an entire program to the town with separate line items detailing what education could look like. So we've already done that. So I guess basically what we're looking for is a commitment by the town, and then the process of implementing it can be another discussion. But we certainly have a lot of great ideas on how to do that.
Okay, and so thank you for your comments. And it sounds like you've already made some other presentations, but my question for you is, did you know that in addition to the general plan, which is general and over a 20-year time horizon, you also have the opportunity to go directly to the town council, which I believe you may have already done, but I wanted to make sure that you knew that might be a more immediate way to ensure, in addition to what we're doing in the general plan.
Yeah, thank you, Melanie. We have been doing that. In fact, in 2019, in December, the town council adopted the Green Monday resolution. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. However, we feel that we need more than that. It gives it denotes the town's commitment to plant-based, but it doesn't have, I guess, the necessary means to implement any educational programs.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions for Ms. Rubio? I don't see any commissioners' hands up, so next speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Lisa.
Hello, my name is Lisa Wade, and I'm also with Plant-Based Advocates in Los Gatos, and I've lived.
Sorry, Ms. Wade, if you could start over, please. Ms. Wade, if you could unmute yourself again.
Hello?
There we go. Yes, thank you. You go ahead and start again. We'll start your time over.
Sure, thank you. My name is Lisa Wade, and I'm also with Plant-Based Advocates, and I've lived in Los Gatos for over 30 years. I wanted to thank you for your hard work on the general plan and let you know that we appreciate your efforts. I wanted to draw your attention to a petition that we submitted. This petition has 265 signatures asking for a plant-based education program in the general plan. We have the names of 225 residents of Los Gatos, including community and business leaders who live in Los Gatos. And in addition, we have the names of 40 residents who live in neighboring towns and cities, including Saratoga, Monte Sereno, and Campbell, who frequent Los Gatos businesses. We also have the support of 11 groups, including local groups, health and environmental NGOs, including the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter and the Center for Biological Diversity. In addition, prominent citizens both in Los Gatos and neighboring cities, such as Lucas Ramirez, who is the Vice Mayor of Mountain View, and Allison Hicks, who is a City Council member in Mountain View, support our efforts. And they have a program in Mountain View that we would like to see something similar. We have also have written testimony from the Center for Biological Diversity in support of our request. And we also had some verbal testimony from Dashiell Leeds from the Loma Prieta chapter of the Sierra Club, who spoke and gave verbal comments at an earlier GPAC meeting last year, I think, or the year before, in support of our initiative. In addition, the Planning Commission and the Council have received numerous emails from Los Gatos residents requesting a plant-based education program to be added to the environmental section of the general plan. So like we said, we'd like to see this added to section 8.12, and it could be something simple, just a few sentences, like the verbiage could be something like to implement programs to educate and support residents about the benefits of shifting to plant-based diets, which include curbing greenhouse gas emissions, reducing biodiversity loss and deforestation, reducing water usage, and reversing pollution of our land, water, and air. And as Karen said, we did submit suggestions. I'll just give a few, like cooking classes, speaker series, informational brochures, and there are many other examples. It's really important that we include such a program because numerous peer-reviewed scientific studies agree that plant-based eating is the most effective way for an individual to help the planet. For this reason, any plan to address climate and sustainability should include the promotion of plant-based eating, and we have already provided you with the studies, and we're happy to provide them again. Please do not leave out this powerful, cost-effective solution and add a plant-based education program to section 8.12. This section would not be complete without such a program. And I also wanted to say quickly before I leave that we support the dark sky, plant-based advocates, I should say, supports the dark skies and the bird safety and also the wildlife safety and crossings that were mentioned earlier. Thank you.
I thank you. And I thought Dr. Paulson had raised his hand saying your time was up, but it's
sorry, I didn't.
But commissioners might have questions for you. And I see that Commissioner Raspy has his hand up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Wade, for your comments. Two quick questions. The first is you're asking that the plant-based education program be added as an element to the general plan. Are you aware or do you have any knowledge of any other municipalities having similar components of their general plans that we could refer to?
Yes, I know that Mountain View has such a component. And I know that other cities have initiatives. I'm not sure exactly if it's in their general plans, but I know that Berkeley has a pretty strong initiative. I'm not as familiar with it as Karen is, but I know we can submit information on that. And New York City has, Mayor Eric Adams has introduced some things like Vegan Fridays, where they serve vegan food in the schools. And if kids want something that is not vegan, they have to actually request it so that the default is vegan. And he's also opened a bunch of health centers to provide education to the public about how plant-based diets can help with health. And I actually I can send you those articles as well if you're interested.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Wade, for answering that question. And my second follow-up question is just a favor. You gave us some language that you thought might be useful for us as introduction into the general plan. And if you could, if you send these other materials, just send those to town as well, so we have that for our records. I would appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
definitely will. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Thomas, did you have your hand up, or I wasn't sure? So, and I just to address Commissioner Raspi's question, yes, we did receive comments and suggestions in fair amount of detail from the advocates, including Ms. Wade, for plant-based eating education. So I think we'll have everything we need to consider in terms of the general plan review when we get to that. Are there other members of the public that would like to speak on the general plan or the final EIR for the general plan?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The next speaker will be Jack.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and Planning Commission. Jack Van Natta from the Los Gatos Community Alliance. The GPAC had been informed that a town consultant and the Department of Finance for the state of California don't believe that the town of Los Gatos will grow more than 1,954 households in 20 years. My question is, why would the GPAC double that number to 3738? If you subtract the maximum build out of 1954 from 3738, that's 1,784 overbuilt homes. I don't understand that. We advocate a major effort by the town to provide affordable housing. In fact, we have consistently said that the efforts of the HEB should be focused on the low and very low categories that total 847 units. We know that it's going to be a major challenge in a built out town with such high land costs. However, at the April 6th study session, we heard from 2 affordable housing developers that though this is a challenge, it can be done. We encourage you to push forward with Eden, Core, or like companies to focus on the challenge of getting more affordable housing into Los Gatos. However inclusive we think we are as a town, we do not have many who would be classified in the low or very low income levels. To attain more inclusivity, the town and the citizens will have to make monumental efforts to create truly affordable housing for the low and very low categories. If you recall the panelists' conversation about a point system to obtain financing, in addition to mass transit, the buildings need to be tall and located close to shopping and amenities. Affordable housing is possible, but it will require a large creative effort by the town, particularly by HEB, in addition to a mindset change within our entire community. Inclusivity will grow positively with the addition of affordable housing to the community. Remember that inclusivity is a council priority. The HEB needs to find the locations, but that may be the easiest part of this equation. Financing and mindset changes will be tougher. And with the no net loss rule, it's only going to add to the challenge. We strongly encourage the Planning Commission to stick with the state RENA number of 1993 plus the buffer. Thank you.
Thank you for all of your comments and all of the written comments that you and the Los Gatos Community Alliance have submitted. I would like to ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you at this time. Okay, I don't see any hands raised, but thank you again. And we do have all of your comments included in our staff report. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on the general plan or the final EIR?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The next speaker will be Lee Quintana. And I'm going to need to promote her to panelist due to her lack of updated Zoom. Ms. Quintana, if you want to unmute yourself, you can go ahead and speak.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. First, I'd like to comment that I'm somewhat surprised that the public is limited to 3 minutes for the entire general plan and the EIR. That's amazing to me. I think each element should have been allowed separate comments. The EIR is a separate document that should have been, and a separate vote that should be also given its own time. However, that's not going to happen. So I would like to say that as a member of GPAC, I voted to recommend that the draft general plan go ahead to the Planning Commission, but I want to emphasize that I also placed on the record that I did not agree to the current form of it. I have many problems with this general plan and its format. One of the problems I have is the manner in which GPAC was conducted. We had very little leeway in recommending or changing anything. We were given the documents, the background documents, already written. We could make comments on it, but we couldn't make any recommendations for changes to them. And basically, one of the biggest flaws of the whole process, I believe, is that the general plan base map was not brought up to it was never reviewed for consistency between the general plan and the zoning code, and those two being brought into consistency with each other. We were not given the ability to recommend new general plan categories or even let me go back. I'm sorry, I'm very emotional about this. The alternatives that we were given were for the preferred alternative, essentially was simply one alternative, which was keep the general plan categories the way they are and where they are. And then we were given 4 variations of that based on the number of units and the intensities and densities being changed uniformly across the whole town. I firmly believe that we need to first decide what areas we wish to preserve as they are, limited, what areas we consider transitional that we want to see some change in, and we have to identify clearly those areas that we want to see the major changes in. And as is currently stated, we have minimums and maximums in a lot of the categories along Los Gatos Boulevard and other places, being able to use a mixed use configuration, minimum maximum for density. But it's not clear to me that that minimum density is required, even though the intensities of the development are being increased. There's no incentives that I can see in this general plan to help get the type of housing we want, smaller units. It's all almost wishful thinking. There are too many terms used in the policies to really give true direction and clear. Very few of them say shall or should. To me, we're creating a Humpty Dumpty where we have this document, we don't really know what it says, and when it comes down the line for some changes, maybe down the line to the zoning code, it is going to be the staff's interpretation of what that means. You know, and Allison said that it means what I say it means, and sometimes that's not what the general public thinks.
Okay, Ms. Quintana, I saw Director Paulson has hand up, so I'm going to have to ask you to stop. But I would understand your frustration, and I would encourage you also to send in written comments that you have, as it will be helpful to everyone in the Planning Commission, as well as the Town Council as we're reviewing the document. And I'll ask if any commissioners have any questions for you, because it looks like you had more to say. Okay, I don't see I don't see anyone with their hands raised. So again, we thank you for your input and please.
20 minutes talking about plant-based, but we can't talk about what's going on in the general.
I thank you for your input as well on the process. I'm not sure what we could do to adjust the process in the meeting, but certainly we can talk to staff after we conclude this meeting if there's some other way that we can proceed going forward that would be more equitable for everyone. So with that, I will ask there, it looks like we have others that want to speak. So who would be next, Director Paulson?
Thank you, Chair. The next speaker will be Matt. Matt, you can unmute yourself and you have up to 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chair Hansen and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Matt Francois with Rattan & Tucker. My firm is the Land Use Council for Los Gatos Community Alliance. I wanted to start off by first thanking all of you for your service to your community. I too served on a planning commission and now serve on a city council, and I understand the time commitment and the commitment that you have to your community that it takes to do something like this. So thank you for that. As you're aware from some of the correspondence that we've submitted, LGCA has concerns with the proposed plan and the EIR. And to summarize, those concerns include that the proposed plan significantly and seemingly indiscriminately upzones almost the entire town, including low-density residential neighborhoods and your very charming and unique downtown. The impacts of those changes are not studied in the EIR, however, as required by CEQA. The EIR studied only a small fraction of the growth enabled by the land use changes by applying what we believe are unreasonable and unsupported assumptions about the amount of growth that would ensue. Most of the changes to the residentially designated lands would not even count toward the town's requirement to plan for affordable housing units. Also of importance, this major intensification is not needed to satisfy market demand or the town's new RENA figure. If the proposed plan is approved in its current form, the town could not legally deny a project that complied with the new density standards. We believe that the town should focus first on the mandatory changes to its housing element, which are due in just a short 6 months from now in January 2023. The housing element will provide critical information as to where and at what densities housing should be located. In my experience, that's what every other agency in the Bay Area is doing. If the town nonetheless proceeds with the proposed plan, the commission should recommend that it be amended to provide for no more than 2,300 units. This meets the town's stated goals of satisfying market demand and the town's new RENA number plus a reasonable buffer. On page 6 of the staff report, staff outlines changes that could be made to achieve this reduction. LGCA supports those changes. A general plan is a community's constitution for development. It deserves careful consideration and scrutiny. LGCA welcomes your engagement on these important matters, and I would be happy to answer any questions that members of the commission may have.
We thank you for your comments and your many written comments that you have given to the commission so far, and we do have all of them in our staff report. And so I will ask if any commissioners have any additional questions at this time. Vice Chair Barnett.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Francois. The question I have is, I believe you're saying that the town would not be able to downzone once it is upzoned, and I was wondering if that position is based on any particular statute or other provision of law.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnett. Yes, it's based on the Housing Accountability Act, which states essentially once an agency is planned and zoned for a certain density of units, if a developer comes in with a project that is at that stated density, that law, it doesn't entirely prohibit, but it greatly restricts the town's ability to deny that project.
Does that answer your question, Vice Chair Barnett?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other commissioners that have questions? Commissioner Raspy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Francois, for both your presentation this evening and your correspondence to the council. You mentioned that you would appreciate a target of 2,300 units and would accept the criteria, the 6 different criteria that appear on page 6 of the staff report. With respect to those 6 criteria, do you feel equally strongly about each of those, or are there some that you would prefer and feel more strongly about as opposed to others? Thank you.
I appreciate the question, Commissioner Raspy, and I just want to reiterate that obviously we're not in the position of micromanaging your general plan update. That's a community update that the commission and the council weigh in on. But the one that is very important to LGCA is the increased densities in the low density residential, to reducing those densities to what they are in the current general plan, which are up to 5 units per acre. The new plan would allow for up to 12 units per acre on those lands. Another important change that was made that we would wish the commission to weigh in on are the significant upzoning of your central business district, your downtown area, where the floor area ratios and housing densities are being increased by 200%.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you for that. And do any other commissioners have questions for Mr. Francois? Okay, and again, we do have all of your comments for consideration when we do our review, but we thank you for your verbal comments as well. Who else would like to speak on the general plan or the final EIR?
Thank you, Chair. The next speaker will be Gina.
Hi, thank you, everyone. I just really wanted to show my support for some of the other speakers. I'm really particularly passionate about the wildlife crossings. If we could, get wildlife crossings to protect the newts and the deer and just in general, protecting wildlife in any way possible, as well as protecting our open spaces. I also agreed with the first speaker on the dark skies, just in general, protecting biodiversity and the bird safety. General wanted to voice my agreement with protecting the environment and reducing all sorts of pollution and greenhouse gases. I agreed with the other speaker on including the education for plant-based diet. I thought that sounded great. I also would much more agree with the 2,000 units or approximately 2,000 units versus the 4,000 units. I'm as much as possible against the high density and upzoning. And again, back to the environment, I don't know if they're still doing this, but it seems like at Vasona and different places, they were spraying a lot of pesticides, which is really devastating to the monarch butterfly population, which we have a migration through here. So if there's any way that we could reduce or eliminate altogether the pesticides, I think that would be great. So that's it. Thank you for listening.
We thank you for all of your comments, and I will ask if any of the commissioners have questions for you. I don't see any hands raised, but thank you once again for your comments. And who else would like to speak on the general plan or the final EIR?
Thank you, Chair. The next speaker will be Connie.
Good evening can you hear me? Yes, no? Okay. Good evening. My name is Connie Hamra and I live in Los Gatos and have been a resident of Montecito and Los Gatos for over 44 years. And I guess one of my concerns is maintaining the integrity and the beauty, obviously, of the town of Los Gatos. And with all of the proposed changes and the things that have been mandated from the state, how does water play into all of this? In other words, we can plan all of these great things and we all see all the building and construction going on in our area and throughout Santa Clara Valley, and yet we don't have enough water. And how are you addressing that in terms of the continued growth of the town?
We thank you for your comments, but the format of our public hearings is that we can't answer your questions directly. We can ask you questions, but it's not.
Okay.
Certainly there are sections of the general plan as well as the EIR that do address water, and if you want more direct answers to your questions, you can send it in to staff and they can get back to you.
Okay, I thank you for that. And then I would agree that to keep the number of units to be added to our community at the lowest level possible, I think would be appreciated by most of the people who live in our beautiful community, because we'd like to keep it that way, as I know you want to too. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? I don't see any hands raised. Okay, then who would be the next speaker?
Thank you, Chair. The next speaker will be Rosaline.
Hi, I just want to voice my opinion in regards to three of the topics. First one being the plant-based education. I want to say that I support the plant-based education program, even though I am not a vegan. I have reduced my consumption of meat because I believe also that the plant-based diet helps the planet in many ways, but especially by drastically reducing greenhouse gas emissions and saving water, which is really important. So since we all benefit from it, we should all be supporting plant-based diet initiatives, regardless of what we eat. I also want to support the dark sky petition that was made earlier, also having a terribly bright light that shines into my bedroom, and it is unfortunately really close to a creek. So it is really terrible. I think that in planning, especially on planning, expanding so much housing into Los Gatos, we need to keep this in mind because we really have a lot of birds, and this wildlife is one of the things that gives Los Gatos its character, its charm, and we should really do as much as possible to preserve that. In regards to the planning for expansion, I'm a Los Gatos resident for close to 30 years now, and I was very involved in the discussions of the North 40. And one thing that really puzzles me is that the North 40 is started with a proposal to address the affordable housing, and that was the main sell point of North 40. And once the project kicked off, this was not upheld. So I think that this is a terrible thing that happened to the North 40 once the project kicked off. The affordable house quota that they were supposed to satisfy fell through the cracks. And I want to know, in moving forward with this proposed okay, we need to build more houses and we need to increase the density in Los Gatos to satisfy the government requirements for affordable housing. Who is accountable to make sure that what happened with the North 40 is not going to happen again in the next development that is proposed under the guise of satisfying affordable income housing in Los Gatos? So I see you guys are here to represent the Los Gatos residents, and I am hoping that these meetings and these discussions will boil down to plans that are advanced by your team, really satisfying what Los Gatos residents want and are asking for. So thank you for listening.
And thank you for your comments. We truly appreciate your comments. And, we can't as I mentioned earlier, we can't directly answer your questions, but feel free to reach out to staff if you want specific answers for your questions. I'm quite sure that the commission will be discussing some of this as we do proceed forward with our discussion on the general plan. And some of what you talked about is also a matter that the Housing Element Advisory Board, who's specifically working on locations and levels of affordability, will be addressing in their work as well. So do any commissioners have questions for Ms. Martins? I don't see any. So thank you again for your comments. And who will be our next speaker?
Thank you, Chair. Next speaker will be Phil. Phil, you can unmute yourself and then you'll have up to 3 minutes. Mr. Keown, you're still on mute. He's not unmuting himself, Chair, so why don't I move on to the next person and see if we can try him after the next speaker.
That sounds like a good.
The next speaker will be Catherine.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Catherine Summers, and I'm the Executive Director at the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce. It's great to be here tonight. I too actually support the dark skies, but more importantly, I just wanted to share something with you. So I get criticized a lot, actually, in my job for not really looking out for all of the commercial hubs in Los Gatos. And so it's kind of an interesting conundrum, because as much as I try to kind of branch out and, go out to King's Court and get, introduce the chamber to some of the folks out there, or out to, now to the North 40 and to anywhere along the boulevard or out into Bel Gatos neighborhood or Harwood. I'm always having a hard time really bringing those people into the fold of Los Gatos. And I think one of the really important things that you guys have on your plate is and we talk about inclusivity a lot, it's how to wrap those communities into the whole and yet make them really special and unique in and of themselves so that they serve their individual neighborhoods. So that's a huge challenge that I'm throwing at you, but I would love to see reflected in the general plan something to that. And I think that involves, the land use element, of course, or the land use portion of the general plan. I think actually Lee Quintana was even kind of talking to this. And so it's a big responsibility for you guys, but I think it's also a really unique opportunity that you have right now to look ahead or look from above, a bird's eye view looking down, and what will make Los Gatos special in 20 years from now when you look at the different neighborhoods, and then what's going to be that community hub. And maybe it is mixed use housing in those community hubs or mixed use developments. But I hope you'll take that into consideration when you look through the plan and at the EIR and everything else that you're looking at, and think of a Chamber of Commerce when you're doing it, and how we can really all be part of the fabric of this community and all add to it and all benefit our individual neighborhoods. So thank you.
We thank you as for all your service to our community in your capacity, and also and for your comments as well tonight. Do any commissioners have questions for Ms. Summers? I don't see any hands raised, but I would like to ask her a question. Just that, have you had an opportunity to see our community draft community design element, where we actually go in a fair amount of detail in the draft general plan about the certain different neighborhoods across town and how we'd like to see them evolve for 2020? There's actually a before and after for each one of those. So have you seen that part of the plan yet?
Yes, I have. And I actually am encouraged by what I've been seeing. I get a little concerned about the potential of upzoning all throughout town, because I would really like to focus, or I'd really encourage you and all of us to focus our efforts on developing certain areas, again, to make them unique and special, and not just, do that to the whole town. So yes, I really like what I've seen so far, what you planned. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, are there others that would like to speak on the general plan or the EIR?
Yes, thank you. The next speaker is, sorry if I butcher the name, Jesus.
Yes, thank you, community members. I'm a property owner of a property at the cross section of Los Gatos Boulevard and Farley Road. I don't know if you know where that is, but the property is actually on Los Gatos Boulevard. This is in regards to the general plan zoning map. And right now that property is part of Santa Clara County and is zoned for administrative and professional office use. And I was trying to have the building upgraded and updated into having, medical dental facilities, as it is currently, very old and whatnot. And it does serve the community, the surrounding community in that area. And if we were to get annexed into Los Gatos, it would be zoned for residential. And if you ever look at the zoning map on that area, it just so happens that one commercial property is, if it was part of Los Gatos, it would be zoned as residential. And I think it is just a technicality in terms of how it is, because for all the years that it's been there, it's been a professional office building, and it's been used as such for over the last 35 years, as I understand it. So please consider thinking about the zoning in that area. It is already in a commercial area, and it's just, in my opinion, a technicality that would stop us from, renovating and updating the facility, the road, and that corner, and providing services for, the surrounding area, which includes the city of Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. And could I ask you a favor to write up your specific concern and send it into staff? We do actually have in our staff report one suggestion from staff about a particular property to be rezoned from a general plan designation perspective. So please do send that in so that we can make sure that it's accounted for, because doing it in verbal comments will not get the result that we need without sending it to staff. And Ms. Armour has her hand up.
Yes, I do believe that it is the one and the same property that he is speaking to, which is included in your list of potential changes for consideration.
Okay, so that's the address that I saw in there. Okay, well, very good. Okay, so then I think we're covered. Do any commissioners have questions for Jesus? I don't see any hands up. So are there others that would like to speak on the general plan or the final EIR?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The next speaker will be Arvin.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for your community service. I know it's late. Just have a very quick comment here. I would like to suggest that the plan considers turning the downtown Santa Cruz Avenue into a pedestrian road. I think that will allow for Los Gatos residents and others to come to town, support downtown businesses, and socialize. And I don't know if it's in the plan right now, but I just wanted to make that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We saw there is something like to that effect in our comments. Do any commissioners have questions for Mr. Arvin? Commissioner Thomas.
Hi, yes, I do have a question for the speaker. I saw this as one of the comments, and staff did not recommend to adopt this, but I was curious if you would be happy with an implementation program that looked at the asked the question and went into studying the validity and ability to do this. Would you be happy with that?
Yeah, I'd be happy with anything that would make Los Gatos downtown a little bit more lively. That instead of people going to other places, they actually stay in town and spend their money on locally. I'm not a business owner in the downtown, so it's not a self-interest issue. But even at just a section of Santa Cruz Avenue could allow for people to just enjoy a little bit nicer rather than having concrete blocks in a very, in a way that doesn't really look very nice.
Yeah.
To just actually turn it into pedestrian road.
Okay, thank you for answering that.
Do any commissioners have any additional questions for the speaker? Okay, I don't see any hands raised. And so are there any others that would like to speak on the general plan or the final EIR? And I wanted to reiterate at this point, since I don't see any hands raised at the moment, that that all of the public comments that we're taking for the verbal part of this, certainly written comments continue to be made, will be taken this evening. So
thank you, Chair. Yes, the next speaker will be Tony.
Hello, good evening, everyone. This is Tony Alarcon. I've first moved to Los Gatos in 1991, moved to Los Gatos from Willow Glen, specifically for the town culture, the hillside views, the trails. And I think it's important in the general plan moving forward that we consider, many of us that moved here, the reasons that we did. Personally, if I was on the commission or the town council, I would have appealed the RHNA numbers provided by the state to Los Gatos. I do not support exceeding the RHNA numbers, nor the 4,000 or approximately 4,000 units proposed by the town council and the town manager in the general plan for consideration. One thing I like to point out to the commission and to the general public listening, that Los Gatos ranks worse in fire than Paradise did before it had its fire. And as someone who lives close to the hillside, I think it's very important that we protect the hillside for the residents, for public safety, also for the wildlife. And I think we have to take into consideration the North 40 and the results. As someone else mentioned, the North 40 was promised as affordable housing. It's anything but that. One thing with affordable housing, there is very little opportunity for people owning those houses to gain equity in them. They can only gain inflation. And so I think our town, with the leadership that we have and the people within our residences here, the town residents, I think we can come up with other solutions to create more affordable options for housing, perhaps smaller units. But I would like to see the historic districts and the districts that homes were built in the early 1900s remain that character. With legislation SB 9, SB 10 that was passed, we've yet to see the impacts of that. And I think we should slow down on the general plan and being too aggressive with the number of housing units that we're proposing. And I think further studies should be done before we make any drastic changes in that direction. Thank you for listening.
And thank you so much for your comments. We definitely appreciate it. And I'd like to ask if any commissioners have questions for Mr. Alarcon. I don't see any hands raised. So thank you again for your comments. And I would like to invite any other members of the public that would like to speak to us on the general plan or the final EIR for the general plan to do so now.
Thank you. As the chair mentioned, if anyone else would like to speak on the general plan or final EIR, please use the raise hand feature. We have Joanne. Oh, the hand was up and now it's down. There, now it's back up. So the next speaker will be Joanne.
Well, this is Joe Rogers. I'm going to speak for Joanne. Maybe she'll have some comments. Joanne and I have been residents of Los Gatos for 46 years. So we've seen some changes in the community. One of the things that I want to do also is thank the members that are on this commission for the time you devote. I don't think most of the people in the community realize the time that you guys devote, the group of you devote to making certain that we maintain the integrity of our town. Congratulations and thank you, and keep up the good work. What I wanted to talk about was actually a request that's being considered by the town council for adding 1 to 3 cannabis dispensaries in the town. Very much opposed to it. I think it certainly sends the wrong message about the quality and the nature of our town. But my concerns also go to the traffic that a dispensary, 3 dispensaries or 1 would create, the problems with parking. Another one is requirements for PG&E for electrical power. Already we're trying to focus more on adding more electric cars, but also then was mentioned about water. I mean, we've got things that we have to deal with our current situation, but add the dispensaries. And initially they were saying, well, it would just be for the sale of cannabis, but that's the gorilla in the room, because the next step is that, well, we're just going to do a little packaging and processing. And then after that, well, we're going to add growing. Well, we already know that we suffer from time to time power outages, and with the requirements on power that are going to be generated by these other activities, adding cannabis would be catastrophic. So I'm really requesting that this commission and the town council do an environmental impact study, include this in your study, and make certain that we understand the environmental impact of adding cannabis sales, processing, growing, that will have a very negative impact on the town, including the image of the town. I mean, right now, the town council turned down the idea some years ago. What was it, 2016? Said that we would not permit it. Now they're considering it.
For the revenue.
Yeah, they're considering it for generating revenue. Though I just wanted to touch base on that, and I'd like to see a thorough environmental impact study, because they're considering doing this without having done very much homework on it. Thank you very much.
And the revenue, other towns have said, for every dollar you take in for a cannabis sale, you spend 4 in the policing, in the trafficking, the crime, etc.
Okay, and thank you for your comments. I think your 3 minutes are up, but I would also encourage you to send your comments in writing to staff, because that would be the best way to make sure that they get attention by the appropriate people, because we were talking in terms of the general plan, and we don't address that at all in the general plan at this point. So please do send your comments into staff.
When you say staff, who do you mean? Who would we direct that to? Written comments.
Staff, could you jump in and let them know how to send in comments to staff?
To Jennifer?
Yeah, you can send it in to me and I can forward it on to the appropriate staff, or you can send it through the town manager's office as they are managing the discussion and consideration of cannabis.
And as relating to what you're talking about here, it's the EIR report that we're asking for to be included.
And so comments recommending or asking for an environmental review in association with the cannabis discussion could, I can go ahead and take those comments and share them with the town manager's office as they continue forward with those discussions with the town council. So feel free to send those on into me and I can forward them to the correct staff.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. And are there others that would like to speak to us on the general plan or the general plan EIR?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The next speaker is John.
Good evening. First of all, thank you all for all the hard work that you do. This is an incredibly difficult process that you go through trying to do this strategic planning and engagement of the local community. So thank you very much for your time. Just a couple of real quick comments. This won't take 3 minutes. First of all, when I look through the plan, I'm generally supportive of additional housing units in the neighborhood of about 2,000. What popped out at me was the 804 opportunities for land development and maybe 1,200 in the redevelopment section. So that rounds out to just a little bit over 2,000, I think is kind of the right number for a lot of reasons. One of which, and we all know, trying to get into, out of, or around Los Gatos during the summer is very, very difficult. So if we were to increase population by going for the 3,900 units, another approximate 9,000 residents in Los Gatos, I just don't see how that works well in terms of traffic. Secondly, I think as we look at developing housing, it would be great to try and do most of it in the conversion of commercial properties to multi-use that exist along strong road corridors today. So perhaps in the area of the old Auto Row in Los Gatos, some of those properties which are on Los Gatos Boulevard, which has a lot of traffic capacity, would be smart. And my final comment is we reference wildfire in this report extensively, but I don't see a lot of strength in the wildfire fuels mitigation and management. And to the previous speaker who mentioned that we're in a worse shape than Paradise was at the time of their fire, that is just an essential area for us to pay attention to. If we were to lose a major portion of the hillside to fire, not only wildlife, but the visual nature, which makes Los Gatos so appealing, and all of the trails and outdoor use that is so appealing to so many of our residents. So that kind of sums up the high points for me, and thank you very much.
We thank you very much for your comments, and I will ask if any commissioners have questions for you. I don't see any hands raised, and so thank you for your comments. And I see many people in the attendees. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to us on the general plan or the general plan final EIR? at the point where I close the public hearing, we won't be, even if you raise your hand, we won't be able to take your comments during the meeting, although you're always welcome to send in written comments. So would anyone else like to speak?
I don't see any additional hands up, Chair. Let's give it a few more seconds. I don't see any additional hands.
Okay. Well, I do know from the names of other people that are in the participants that many of you have already sent in written comments as well. And you can be assured that we do have all of them. And all of us spent many hours over the last several days reading the hundreds of comments that we've had over, I think it was about 600 pages. So I thank you all for sending them in. And so with that in mind, we will go ahead and close the public comments portion of the hearing on the general plan and the general plan final EIR. And given that it is 9:20, we will continue the discussion, but I'm going to have the Planning Commission and staff take a 10-minute recess. And so we'll come back at 9:30. in general, Exhibit 7, along with staff's general feedback, whether it's recommended, not recommended, or neutral, meaning we can, they don't have an opinion one way or the other, and then it would be for up to us to consider it. As far as Exhibit 7 goes, at the beginning of Exhibit 7, there is some comments by entity, not by element. So there's comments from this Department of Forestry regarding the wildfire. There's comments from staff, and then comments from specifically the Public Parks and Public Works part of staff. So we will go ahead and discuss those as a group before we go and dig into each element. In addition to what I just said, I also want to talk about the order of the elements, because the bulk of the comments that we have received, and especially the negative comments, are related to the numbers in the land use element. We will discuss all of the other elements first, and because there are substantially less comments, and we should be able to get through them. So then we will turn our discussion to the land use and community design elements near the end. And then finally, we'll proceed forward and discuss the EIR and whether or not we should recommend certification. And as mentioned earlier by staff and by myself as well, our role in this process is only to recommend. It's not, we are not the final deciding body as we are for other land use matters. We'll be forwarding a recommendation to town council, and they will be holding their own hearings. That being said, I always think that the Planning Commission, and I know this from the town council, that they're counting on us to do a thorough review of the general plan, and so that what they send to us, in theory, should be something they will agree with, and won't have to be a complete review of everything going past it. So that being the case, let's, if you haven't already pulled up Exhibit 7, I would ask that you go ahead and pull up Exhibit 7 so that we could go ahead and start the discussion. And the first thing in Exhibit 7 is the recommended changes to the introduction, which includes the vision and guiding principles. And so if you look on page 1 of Exhibit 7, which is also page 217 in your packet, it talks about the GPAC recommended changes to the vision and guiding principle. And it has summarized what some of the points of it are, but I'll just read it out. Revise the vision for added clarity and add a sentence about racial, social, and environmental justice. Deleting downtown from the community vitality guiding principle. Adding a new guiding principle titled connectivity, which came from one of the GPAC members, to state the importance of connecting all facets of town. And then deleting the towns from the fiscal stability responsibility guiding principles, and replace the word recognize with the word value in inclusivity guiding principle. That was the comments that the GPAC recommended that we adopt. And the way that the process worked is we had considered the vision and guiding principles, and they were voted on by the GPAC, then the Planning Commission, and then the Town Council. And since they were adopted that way, we couldn't modify the draft plan to do that. So this is the time when the Commission would recommend or not recommend those changes that came from the GPAC. So I'll throw that up for discussion. And if there's anything else that you want to change in the introduction as well, we can talk about that. Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify just a little bit why these changes are in front of you. And essentially, we went through such a long period of time that life around us and the world around us changed. So we had the pandemic occur. We had the racial voices through the world were speaking to us loudly. And so we felt compelled to go back and look at the vision, which was crafted before all of these world events were taking place, and thought, wow, in light of what we've all just lived through, we felt that we needed to add some changes. And so it wasn't taken lightly that we were recommending changes over what Town Council had already approved. But we thought that in light of the 2 years that had gone by since the vision statement was initially crafted, it made sense to reflect back and bring us up to the present. So just to give you guys an idea of why we wanted to make those changes, it wasn't that we were they were well thought through.
Well, I can add on to that when we crafted the vision statement, the GPAC spent a whole entire meeting, maybe more than one meeting, on every single word that was in the vision statement before we even recommended it to send it to Planning Commission or Town Council. So it wasn't taken lightly to do all that. And the guiding principles actually stemmed from direction from Town Council on how to go about updating the general plan. And so, we took those pretty much as is and then added on and did some modifications before we sent it on for approval. So, it wasn't on this list, but there was one ad that was laid in there that's currently in there. The Ms. Pendleton has spoken previously to the GPAC on many occasions and had wanted to modify the protect natural resources to make sure we address the biotic communities as well. So that had already been modified. And I don't see it listed here as a change that we need to adapt because it looked like it was already in the draft. So does anyone have any concerns about any of the changes that were recommended? And Commissioner Thomas has her hand up.
Oh, I don't have any concerns. I just want to say that it's been a while since we looked at this, and I looked back and I still feel the same about all of the changes that we recommended as members of the GPAC. So.
Okay, cool. So then the way that I'm hoping this process will work, I'll say it now because we have lots of elements to go through, is that even though we have to vote on the overall plan as a recommendation, staff and I both thought it would be very helpful to say, make a motion to approve X element or section with changes as noted in the staff report. It's kind of like we do in a regular hearing, even though at the very end, we're going to have to make a recommendation on the overall element. If we can kind of come to an agreement on each section, it'll make it a lot easier to do the thing at the very end. Vice Chair Barnett.
I just wanted to offer my congratulations to the GPAC and to the staff for the tremendous work they've done on this project. It's much appreciated, and I know there were many long hours and numerous meetings to get us to this point, so that's appreciated. I certainly support paragraph number 1, the recommended changes to the vision and guiding principles.
Okay, great. And so if there aren't other comments on the vision and guiding principle, would one of the commissioners make a motion to approve the changes to the vision and guiding principles as recommended in the staff report? Vice Chair Barnett.
Yeah, I certainly make that motion.
Okay, and then Commissioner Tabana, you had your hand up, so would you make a second?
I second that.
Okay, great. And then I'm going to ask staff, do we need to do a roll call vote for every single one of these? Can we just do all in favor? Just because I think it would take a lot of time to do roll call vote for every one of these. So I'm going to ask staff, what do you think?
I'd probably defer to the town attorney. Obviously, that'd be the safest. But if you want to just do it by a show of hands, and I can reflect that what the show of hands is, that might go a little faster.
I would suggest that we do it by motion.
We just did the motion, but I need to do a full roll call vote, or can we just do by a show of hands?
No, we have to do a roll call. Brown Act requires it because we're not in person.
Okay, then I will do that very quickly. So Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Tabana.
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy.
Yes.
Commissioner Chanoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So, Ms. Armour, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I would put forward the suggestion, while this recommendation from the GPAC does kind of stand on its own, that moving forward, often those motions can be a group of these items. And so you won't have to make 123 motions, but that it really can be clustered. If there are several points that a commissioner wants to make a motion that items, 2, 3, and 4 be approved or something like that, that we could do them as groups as well to reduce the votes.
That is actually my intent, is that when we get to the actual elements, starting with the racial, social, environmental justice element, there are 11 suggestions. We don't need to vote on each one. What we would do is say, I think I made, for instance, I made my own notes and I said, yes, no, that kind of thing. And so we should only recommend the things that we'd like to see changed. And so we can do that as a group motion. I didn't want to leave the introduction because there was a comment that came in a desk item from Commissioner Clark, and I believe it has been suggested by a few others, and it was about modifying the section called Los Gatos Community to put more explanation of the origin of the town lands coming from the Ohlone Indians. I don't know if I characterized that appropriately from your perspective, Commissioner Clark, but I personally wouldn't have a problem with adding a little bit more definition to that section. Commissioner Thomas, you have a comment.
I support that change.
Okay. Are there any other thoughts about that? And did I characterize that the way that you wanted it, Commissioner Clark?
Let me take one more look at it, and Commissioner Janoff can go while I look to make sure.
I don't believe you had suggested exact wording. It was more, a general comment about adding a little bit more depth to that section to explain the lands had originally been Ohlone Indian land.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Janoff.
Yeah, just 2 things. I'd like to also lend my support for that addition. But in regards to Commissioner Clark's comments, which came in late today and haven't had the benefit of staff going through them and categorizing them the way they have all of these other remarks, I'm just, because there were so many comments, I'm concerned about taking the time to go through each of Commissioner Clark's comments without the benefit of having staff go through that process. And just I'm looking for guidance from the chair on that.
Yes. So I did want to comment on that as well, although I called this one out in particular just because it was low hanging fruit. Commissioner Clark, we're very happy that you sent in your comments and they were very thorough and detailed. I don't know that will get the attention from all of the commission that they deserve for what we're going through right now. So my suggestion about how to handle the balance of your comments would be to ask staff to take a look at them and make the same determination about this is an easy one to fix, yes, recommended, or this requires discussion, and then since I don't think that we'll finish the entire review tonight, that we would have an opportunity to consider the rest of your comments, when we have a follow-up meeting. Ms. Armour.
Thank you, Chair. I would say that with any suggestions, whether staff has given a recommendation or not on it, it could be included as part of your recommendation to Town Council. That's one of the benefits of you making a recommendation rather than making a final decision, because you can, if there is wording that's suggested by one of the commissioners, whether it's already provided in writing or it's part of the discussion this evening, that could be part of your recommendation. And then staff can provide feedback on that when we take that forward to Town Council if there are any concerns.
Yes, I understand it. So what I'm saying, if I didn't make it clear, is I don't know that the commissioners, and I myself included, have had the time to really process the comments from Commissioner Clark because of all the other comments that we were processing that came in the addendum and desk item, as well as in the staff materials. So I'd like to make sure that we gave it the attention before we made a determination. And even though I have a lot of faith in Commissioner Clark, I am uncomfortable with unilaterally saying just because you submitted this, even though I haven't had a chance to really go through it, that I would recommend all your changes is what I'm saying. So Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. Yeah, I completely agree. And when I wasn't able to get them in by Monday, I kind of knew that, it's not at all expected of y'all to have taken a thorough look at them or anything. And so I think I'm happy to, during the discussion, to highlight any that I'm more passionate about or that are more significant and require discussion. And then I think that they could be even sent to council separate from the planning commission, or that since we will probably be continuing our discussion, we might be able to get some staff input before then.
That sounds like a good plan. So that being the case, I did want to put that one item out there because I definitely also have heard it from a council member as well, and so the motion, I'd like someone to make a motion to add some of the language about the Ohlone Indians to the Los Gatos community section of the introduction. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. I move to add some language going more in depth on the origin of the lands of Los Gatos, particularly in relation to Ohlone and Tomian tribes in the Los Gatos community vision section.
Okay, that sounds great. And Commissioner Thomas, is that a second?
Yes, I second the motion.
Okay, and so I'll just go ahead and take the roll call vote. Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Tavana?
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy?
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Vice Chair Burnett?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So I think we're covered for the introduction. Did anyone else have anything substantive that they were wanting to change in the introduction? Right. Commissioner Thomas, you have your hand up, but it's probably from before. Okay, all right. So then we can go ahead and move on to the other comments that are the front of Exhibit 7. If you look under item 2 on page 217, it's revisions as a result of review by the State Department of Forestry. And staff says included in Exhibit 8 and listed here. And there's quite a number of bullet points of recommendations to change. And in talking with staff, the recommendation was that we do have to make these changes because we have to have the State Department of Forestry and CAL FIRE review our general plan. And so we pretty much need to accept all those. Director Paulson, you had your hand up. Did you want to say anything more about that? Okay, no. Okay, Commissioner Janoff.
Yeah, I'd like to just say that sections 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, taking us to modifications suggested in the public comments. These are comments that are coming from experts in their field. They may be mandated, they may be otherwise informed, but to me, these are the people who we should be taking guidance from. And so I would be prepared to move that we accept those comments, which go through the top of page 4 as recommended by staff.
Actually, I think that's an even better suggestion because I had the same feeling that I wouldn't want to part ways and opinion on this, especially our staff's recommendation, but also from the outside experts. So I agree with that we should do that, and so I'll second the motion actually. And so then, are there any comments? I only wanted to say one thing though, just because we're not going to go over these in detail, that on item number 3, a suggestion by staff, which was referenced in the staff report, is to add an implementation program for a 5-year land use element review. And we aren't going to discuss the land use element till the end of the process, but given the amount of concern in the community about the build out numbers, that I think it's really prudent to have a 5-year land use review because of the uncertainty that we have about what's going to happen going forward. So so it's already in the motion and seconded to accept all of that, but I wanted to make sure that you guys had seen that, so that when we do get to land use, you'll know that we have, assuming that everyone votes for it, recommending it and it goes through council, that we'll have some way to help manage the risk. So I will go to Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Tavana,
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy,
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett,
Yes.
and then I vote yes as well. All right, so that takes us all the way to the, oh, okay, you know what? I completely missed that. We're going to go to page 220. It's where the modifications suggested in public comments. And I had missed this, but when I mentioned it earlier on the introduction, there was the Protect the Natural Resources Guiding Principle to adopt the concept of biotic communities and waterways. So staff, do we need to vote on that in addition to what we did? I mean, because I thought that was already in there.
I believe that is an additional change to what was drafted by the GPAC. I don't seem to have that done in track changes, but you do actually, previous pages have that.
I was looking for it when we went over item 1, and so that's why I thought it was already adopted. But then when I went to page 220, it's listed as a separate item from what the GPAC recommended. And so that's why I was confused. Because I thought the GPAC recommended to do that change to the introduction as well.
As I'm reading through side by side what is in the GPAC recommendation and what is listed here, it does appear to be the same language. So it looks like we just pulled that out of a separate comment, not recognizing that it was already in the GPAC recommendation. So no, you do not need to make any further motion.
Good. Thank you for that. All right. So then we should go on to the racial, social, and environmental justice element. And so Commissioner Janoff talked a little bit about it, but for those of you that are relatively new to the process, the origin of the racial, social, and environmental justice element was a recognition during the pandemic. As we're meeting in 2020, we had the pandemic, and then we had all the protests from Black Lives Matter. And then Vice Chair Janoff and I said, and we brought up to the GPAC and staff that we had concern that we were not really addressing the full array of issues that were happening in the town in planning for the general plan. So we held a special meeting in July of 2020 where we invited members of the public to speak to us on issues that they might have encountered related to racial and social injustice, or environmental justice for that matter. And we did have quite a number of people testify. And at the same time, the town council was also doing things. They were interviewing and doing workshops. But everyone in the GPAC felt that it was important to address the racial, social, and environmental justice in the general plan, at least at a high level, the general plan level. And when we did that, we recognized that there would be people that thought it didn't go far enough, which we've gotten testimony from the public on, and that we could always do more. And there are comments in here relating to doing more, but everyone in the GPAC felt it was important to do it as an element, even though our consultants said, well, you could also do this as incorporating that into other sections and address it throughout the plan. We felt it was more important to call it out as a separate item. So there is on item 9 in here, the possibility of deleting the entire section or moving the racial, social, and environmental justice element to a later section in the document. The GPAC did vote to keep it up front in the document. And obviously, since we recommended doing it, we wouldn't recommend deleting it. And so I just wanted to give you guys the background on that element in case you hadn't heard that when you read it, but that's where it came from. And generally, we've gotten very good feedback from everyone in the public that this is the right direction to go. So that being the case, there are also 10 through 19 that are suggestions. And so what we need to get to is whether or not we want to recommend any of those specific changes as part of the recommendation to town council. Commissioner Thomas.
I just have a clarifying question. So for the rest of these, now that these are not being necessarily suggested by experts, et cetera, and we are kind of going to be going through them number by number, do we just want to discuss the ones that we would like to adopt to recommend and just not even mention the ones that we don't support, essentially?
Well, I'll tell you the direction staff gave. They said if we try to discuss every single one of them, it's going to take a really long time. And so maybe the thing to do would be to call out ones that we thought. I mean, I could go through each one of these and tell you that no, I didn't want to include this because it was confusing, and I don't think that the town has control over it. So maybe the better thing would be to focus on the ones that we thought we could add, and then and tee those up for discussion.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm because it's, yeah, I mean, I went through all of them and it's like some I felt strongly one way or another, and then some, like, just like the town said, it's like I'm neutral on. So okay.
Yeah, so why don't you start and say, which ones you think were worth including. So
I think that number 11 is worth including. That additional language. I think that number 13, I like the use of the word increase instead of promote. And I like 15, the implement and require. I like that language change. And number 18, I also support. For number 17 and number 19, I had some kind of questions around those with regards to, well, for number 17, I recommended maybe the language should be changed to marginalized or historically marginalized groups or minority groups, to be more specific. And then number 19, possibly, like, I don't think the end of that is appropriate in this, but I do like part of that one. Sorry, that was a little bit confusing, but no, I feel like I need some discussion. Okay.
Actually, that's fine. So people have their hands up, but on number 19, I'll just weigh in right away and just say, I wrote a comment about the last sentence. Yeah. I don't know that we need to go into a lot of detail about what kind of trees in the racial, social, and environmental justice when we have other elements that pertain to the environment and what kind of trees that we should be putting in there. So I thought that was too specific.
I think I liked the part about the habitat valuation and tree selection for the town's planting, but then not including the disallowing of planting of invasive species, because I think that we could, yeah. Well, invasive species, I guess, is fine, but anyway, yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see what other commissioners have to say. Commissioner Janoff, I think you were first, and then Commissioner Clark.
I generally agree with the recommendations from Commissioner Thomas, except that on 14 and 15, rather than make those policies, I would move those. They have I think they have better language to be implementation programs. So I would recommend that we act on that, but we move them into the IPs. 17, I wouldn't agree with, because I think that could change over time unless there's some very, very broad wording that would make sense.
Okay. On 15, I have a question for you. On 14, I had a question for you. If you read the thing, it talks about working with colleges and both private and public colleges and schools and trade schools. And then I didn't see the sense in calling out a specific college being San Jose State, nor did I think that it belonged in the implementation programs, only because it was already a policy. I just think it was fine as it was, without, I don't know what the reason was for mentioning San Jose State.
thinking is if this person
Yeah.
is really keen on developing a relationship that is a recruiting mechanism with San Jose State, maybe there's some link there because it's a major university in our community. So I didn't have an issue with it, but I didn't think we needed to go into the detail here.
Okay, well, as it stands now, it's a policy that talks about working with different universities.
Yeah.
So then, yeah, are you saying to remove it then and move it to the entire policy to the implementation program, or just anything working with San Jose State?
If we're going to mention San Jose State specifically, we should put it in an implementation program. If we leave it at university level, which is consistent with broad topics for the general plan, then that's where I would go.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Okay, and then on 15 is already a policy. It's a question of whether it says develop and implement or implement and require. And so you still, it's already a policy. Are you saying that we should move it to an implementation program?
Yeah, I mean, on 15, I think that if you're going to go beyond developing, then there's some more action that needs to be done around that. So that felt more like it needed a little bit more of a plan around it. If we're going to go for it, otherwise I'd say don't go that direction.
Okay, fair enough. Well, okay, I wrote down that since we're developing and implementing it for all town employees, to me that meant require. I didn't think it was necessary to add require, but I don't care that much about it. Let's see what Commissioner Clark had some comments.
First, I think Commissioner Thomas had one on the one that was just mentioned, if you want to say that right now, or.
Okay, yeah, let me go back to Commissioner Thomas then.
So I'm looking at the policy. It said, well, I was looking at the implementation programs because there is implementation program C says that it's requiring all staff to undergo ongoing diversity and implicit bias training, but and support similar. Yeah, but then it says that it's supporting 2.6, which is, I'm just trying to look back and forth. Diverse, promote hiring procedures. I feel like 2.7, I don't know if I feel like 2.7 needs to be added to the list for implementation program C. It might have been one of those, like we added a thing and it got bumped, and it never got cross-checked again.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I see what I'm saying, like it should say.
Because implementation program C is about town staff diversity and other training. And so to not link it to 2.7 seems like an oversight.
Yeah, C should be 2.6, 2.7, and 1 point, whatever the other one was. Yeah, whatever the, the 1.3, is that what it says? It should be 1.3, 2.6, and 2.7, I believe.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so I think that what I'm saying is that I agree with what Commissioner Janoff said, but I also think that it already is a implementation program. So I think that changing the language is okay because we're already going to be doing an implementation program associated with it.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I don't see a whole lot of difference between develop and implement or implement and require in terms of as long as we have an implementation program that supports it. Okay, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. Yeah, I completely agree on that. And another comment that I have for number 15 is that I think that's something else that often happens with these diversity trainings is they become very passive and something that people just click through in order to meet the requirement. And that's something that I'd like to make sure doesn't happen with the town. And so I don't know if this goes far enough to really make sure that happens, but I thought adding a description saying require an engaging, substantive, and interactive cultural proficiency training or something like that could help make that clearer. And that's in the language that I provided. If you want to look at that, it's number 3 under A, wording changes. But for the other ones, I agree with the others that commissioners have been in favor of. Another that I was curious what others think is number 12 because I wasn't really sure and I didn't have a problem with it. But I wanted to know what others think for that one.
So staff did not recommend it. Maybe staff could comment on why they didn't recommend 12. I think I know, but I would want to hear it from staff.
And I didn't catch that, so thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that changes things.
Thank you, Chair. The reason that we did mark that one as not recommended, and I think related to some of the discussion you've been having here as well, is I'll remind you that this is a high-level document. And so when these do start to get that specific, where it's talking about a specific score, that's not the type of thing that would be appropriate to track through a policy in the general plan. And so recognizing that having quantifiable ways of measuring some of these things is definitely important, but specifying exactly how that's going to be done through one of the policies in the general plan is not something that staff would recommend. That's kind of how some of these policies could be implemented through programs through the town as the town council prioritizes those types of programs and development, including details of training, staff training and such that you were mentioning, which are very important, but really are part of the development of what those trainings should be. And so some of those details can be included at this level, but for this particular one, we chose to not recommend approval because of how specific it was getting.
Well, I will also go as far to say that we have implementation program E, which is Social and Racial Justice Equality Survey, which is an annual survey on the successfulness of advancing social equity and diversity. And so I don't think we need to have a policy specifying that we need to do that since we already have it as an implementation program. So I don't know if anyone else sees it that way, but to me that, that says an implementation program is very much of an action step, assuming that it gets added to the list of things that staff's going to work on. I had a question about, it was 15, no. It was the one about the quality living wage. It's 13. And my question for staff is, it says it promote in the current policy, the draft, and then someone suggested to change it to increase or improve, which is definitely more specific. But my question is, the town doesn't actually have control over a quality living wage for all community members. That is in the hands of the employers, of which the town could be one of them. But I'm not sure, from staff's perspective, is that something that we could really commit to and stand behind?
I'll start, but the community development director may have something to add as well. I agree that while that change in language we did mark as neutral, it is true that there is only so much that we'd be able to do in terms of actually increasing. It really would be more in the character of trying to have programs that promote it and support the increase in the ways that we have. It looks like we also have Town Manager Privetti with us this evening, and she may have something to add to this question as well.
Yes, of course, Town Manager.
Thank you so much. In the past, the council has been asked to consider increasing minimum wage above what the state requires, and through its strategic priorities, the town council has decided not to go in that direction. So we typically just follow what the state is doing, but promoting these opportunities is something that is more in line with what smaller jurisdictions are able to do. The larger cities tend to be really the big leaders on this, and we typically don't have the resources to actually implement our own living wage ordinances. That would have to be implemented by other businesses.
Okay, all right. Well, that's really helpful. So I thank you for that. And so for me, I would say not change 13, just leave it where it is in terms of promote. That's my feeling on it. But Commissioner Thomas and Janoff, you still have your hands up. So I don't know which one was first.
And my comment is only that I think I misspoke when I said I supported the number 13. I have written in my notes that I do not. We don't really have enough control over this, so I would say no to 13.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Thomas.
I agree after hearing about the local jurisdiction. So I don't support that change. But I do think going back to number 17, perhaps the language could be changed to socially disadvantaged and historically marginalized groups. I know Commissioner Janoff, you were not, I understand that. I mean, I think historically marginalized is a large enough phrase, a large enough, I don't know. It's a term that can be used that is dynamic and will change over the next 20 years. And so I think that is more specific, but also still broad enough.
Commissioner Janoff and then Commissioner Tabana.
Yeah, agreed, that's fine.
Commissioner Tabana.
Yes, thank you. I just want to make sure that we link from number 12, the policy number 12 to the implementation programs that you mentioned, Chair Hansen, to implementation program E. So I think that's what we're referencing. So if we're going to make sure, use that as a metric, it should be listed probably under that section there. So
no, that's not a bad idea. I mean, would that not be true about every policy though? That's the only thing
okay. I mean, I'm not one way or another, but I did notice that it's not linked up. So if we want to use that as a way to make sure it is accounted for in the future. And then also in number 13, number 14, I wouldn't support adding San Jose State University and leaving the language as is. Everything else I'm rather neutral on.
Yep, that makes sense. Well, okay, I'm just going to go back to the thing you brought up, and I didn't want to belabor it, but it's in a list of policies under RSCJ 1, which is support equity, inclusion, and access to opportunities for all community members, employees, businesses, visitors. And so then there's service delivery, community budgeting, institutional bias, housing affordability, town diversity, welcoming town, and quality living wage. So what I think where I was going with it is that if we're going to have a survey, it would be covering a lot of these issues, not just whether we're a welcoming town or not. If we're going to do a survey, that we should be addressing more than that issue. That's all.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And so then to say under one of these things that we're trying to promote, to say we're only going to survey on that one didn't make any sense to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I just think we don't need to do number 12 at all, because unless we want to, put somewhere else in the policies as a general thing that, make sure we have an implementation program, but we already do. So I think we would be covered by the fact that we already have that. Okay, let's see. So are there any other ones we need to discuss? So Commissioner Thomas, since you started this discussion, let's maybe go back and recap the ones that we're still thinking that we should recommend for changes and see if we can get to a conclusion.
Okay, so do you want me to do this in a motion? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, why don't you do a motion and then
Commissioner Clark has her hand raised, so I think she maybe wants to add something before I summarize.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. So would this, before we did this, if I had a couple of changes that I would like to see that are not in these public comment summaries, would I want to make sure that this is included, or would we want to do that separately?
Well, the issue that I had when I started with this is that you could tell us about it, but I'm not sure if everyone would have given it the thought that we would need to be able to process it. That's all. But I mean, we can try that if you had language on specific language that you wanted to put in. We can try and see if that resonates with the commission.
Okay, should I do that right now?
Why don't you go ahead?
Okay, thank you. So there are two things. One is I think, like Commissioner Janoff said, we learned a lot since this was created, and then also past that amount of time, especially about equity and equality. And I didn't think that the definitions of equality and equity in the key terms accurately describe these concepts. And I talked to some diversity experts who I get to work with too, and came up with some alternative definitions. And so for equality, instead of saying the state of being equal, especially in status, rights, and opportunities, it would say equal opportunity, levels of support, and allocation of resources, regardless of different circumstances. And for equity, instead of stating fairness or justice in the way people are treated, it would state differing allocation of opportunities, levels of support, and resources based on each person or group circumstances or needs, thereby reaching an equal outcome. And if that makes sense to people, then maybe we could do it now, but if not, I completely understand if people need to sit with that for longer.
Well, I can speak for myself. I reviewed the definitions, and what you suggested I thought was reasonable and was in line with, I don't know how many of you were able to attend the community meeting on March 31st that was on Zoom, that was related to the housing element. They had a woman come and speak, and she did a slide on equity versus equality and what the difference was. And it was a cartoon graphic that I thought was pretty clear, to explain the differences. And she talked about that. And so I thought your explanation was right in line with that. But I don't know if we had a chance to read through it. I will go to Commissioner Janoff.
I did have a chance to read through Commissioner Clark's comments fully, and I do support the change to these definitions.
Okay, good. Okay. And then Commissioner Thomas.
I also support, so I can include that in my motion. Was there anything else that I don't know? Anything else Commissioner Clark wanted to say in addition?
Thank you. Yes, I have one other, and it's an implementation program that I think we should add. And so if you go to the policy RSEJ 4.1, it's a policy for acceptance of government issued vouchers. And I've worked very closely with the unhoused community and with people who are on these vouchers. And one of the biggest challenges that people encounter is not being able to use them. And so I was really, really happy to see this policy and excited about it, but it is such an action-oriented one that I felt like it needed an implementation program to actually happen. And I think it's one that would have a really big impact. And so I think it should be added as an implementation program for RSEJ after program K, which is community engagement. And I think that the program should be implemented between 2020 to 2025. And I think it should also include the EJ icon for the cross-cutting icons under it.
Okay. I think that's reasonable. I'm just going to ask staff about it. I mean, we had a discussion, a long discussion at the GBAC about the huge volume of implementation programs that we have and whether or not they would ever really happen. So I'm just going to ask staff, I don't have any problem adding it in. And then ultimately, the way this will work is the town council is the one that will prioritize what gets worked on in what year because of their strategic priorities session. And so it comes from the general plan and other sources, what gets onto the plate. So I don't have a problem with adding it, but I just want to make sure with staff that, that is that something reasonable that we can add.
Thank you, Chair. I think you're on point in terms of being cautious about adding additional implementation measures, because really to make those happen, it will have to be prioritized by Town Council at their annual priority setting. I will also share the mic with Town Manager Pravetti because she has turned on her camera again.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that voucher programs are already in effect, Section 8. And obviously there's not enough vouchers to meet the need. And so I don't know if the town can actually affect this very important program because it's ultimately up to the individual landlords whether or not they accept it. So we could certainly add it and then, do some more staff analysis. I think our council might be a little bit cautious about adding things that we really can't impact. So it's going to take a little bit more work. And I don't know if our housing consultant would be able to really help do anything more than what's already being done. But we're happy to add it if that's the will of the Planning Commission, and then we can do some more research. So by the time we get to council, we can answer their questions. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. Can I make a clarification for it? So, and I should have further described this policy because you can't like immediately flip to it, but it's government issued food vouchers. And so this would be things like accepting electronic benefits transfer or EBT and SNAP vouchers at farmers market and local food vendors. And so, yeah, I'd be curious to hear if that changes the answer or if you have any more comments.
Yeah, and I think our farmers market already accepts the cards, but that's something we can certainly look at because I think that is consistent with our current practice of really supporting those who are trying to feed people in need. But we'll look at that a little bit more. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, other comments, Commissioner Thomas, are we going back to like making a motion? Yes. Okay.
Yes, I would also like to add that I do think that adding this as making an implementation program for this does make sense, specifically because the town provides business licenses. And so I don't know if that could be like a, changed within an ordinance or something that new vendors have to, I don't know if that's legal or something, but looking into the fact if new vendors can be required to accept some certain forms of, SNAP or EBT or whatever. So anyway,
I would suggest we word it such that if we're going to add it as implementation, we word it as like a research oriented program, not like a commitment to do it, but rather, research the viability of what we can do to increase support for this acceptance of these. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So I will start with that. I move to approve or forward the modifications suggested for the racial, social, and environmental justice element. The following: 1, to add an implementation program for RSEJ 4.1 to do some research on coordinating and promoting the acceptance of government issued food vouchers. I also move to make the changes to the definitions that Ms. Clark submitted earlier for the key terms of equality and equity. I also move to approve policy or change number 17 with the addition of adding historically marginalized as language to policy RSEJ 6.2, and then also approve numbers 11, 15, and 18. And I believe that summarizes everything that we discussed.
And did you want to do anything more on 19?
I don't think so because it's an implementation program unless someone feels really strongly.
Okay. I didn't. I thought it was fine the way it was. And like I said, I don't necessarily think we need to go there in terms of lots of detail about what kind of trees when we're in the racial, social, and environmental justice element, as long as we have policies about what kind of trees we put in town. So, okay. Commissioner Janoff.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Any other comments before we vote? So what we're voting on is recommending approval of, there will be some, what we will be voting on after we finish taking comments would be accepting approval of the, recommending approval of the racial, social, and environmental justice element with the changes incorporated and suggested by Commissioner Thomas. Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes, sorry for that. My concern, I support the motion except for the wording of the key terms of quality and equity. And on those topics, I haven't had an opportunity to see how those terms are used throughout the general plan. And I'm reluctant to approve those changes without having done so.
Okay, fair enough. That's a valid comment. So staff, when we were talking about this earlier today in terms of process and procedure, I mean, if there's a commissioner that has an issue like that, should they vote no or vote yes with that one, not feeling, comfortable with that comment, or maybe abstaining? What would be your suggestion on how to handle that?
So I'm happy to start, and if Ms. Armour has anything to add, that's fine as well. I think what probably for this type of motion, that Vice Chair Barnett could vote yes, but note the objection to the definitions at this point, and that way we can move forward. There will be verbatim minutes of all of these meetings provided as well. And then ultimately, if this moves to another, to the next meeting, if there's some additional comments after his review of those terms throughout the general plan, if he has different thoughts, he could always provide those in writing. Those would be part of the public record.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. Does that sound agreeable to you, Vice Chair?
I'm having trouble unmuting. Excuse me. Yeah, that's acceptable. I'll
Okay.
just make a point that my comments requested to be considered by the council.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so do I have a second?
Chair Janoff, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Janoff.
Okay, all right, sorry. I got distracted on the second. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and then I'll just keep going in the same order. I'll start with Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
And then Commissioner Tabana.
Yes.
And then Commissioner Raspy.
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes, with a recommendation that the council consider the terms of quality and equity after further review by members of the commission, and that I will be happy to supply a further comment by written response.
Okay.
After my review.
That sounds great. And then I vote yes as well. And I did have a chance to review the definition, so I'm okay with the whole thing. Okay, so we've gotten through the racial, social, and environmental justice element. And then the next element in order of the plan is actually the land use element. So we're going to skip that and then go to the next element. And we're going to skip community design as well, because land use and community design go hand in hand. So the next element will be the mobility element. And just for background on the mobility element, staff, correct me if I'm wrong, the mobility element was one that I think that's one of the ones we might have reviewed 5 times.
That was definitely one that had multiple reviews and total reorganization as well, to really show the priorities, the new priorities that the GPAC felt were important, and emphasizing certain topics and their importance by bringing them up to the front.
And then we also had quite a number of comments from Parks and Public Works pertaining to mobility in particular, because that's right in their wheelhouse that we already agreed to take on. So there are about 10, 15 comments on the mobility element. And so, and staff did say, you know, a couple of them, like the first one, not recommended. The second one, outside of the purview of the Los Gatos general plan. The third one, not recommended. And so, and the fourth one, not recommended. So, we could kind of go through the same process we did, which is maybe if one of you felt like comfortable enough about saying what you would recommend in incorporating as changes, we could go from there and then not have to talk about the other ones. Commissioner Janoff.
I was just going to piggyback on that comment by saying most of this doesn't look like it requires, there's no recommended change to the general plan with the exception of 3 items. In my reading 62 and 63, we don't want to get this level of detail in a goal or a policy, but if it seemed reasonable to study VTA, I'm not sure what queue jumping is, but if these are fine points that need to be studied in order to improve VTA transportation, then I would recommend that they be added to or become an implementation program. I don't feel strongly about them one way or the other, but those look like they could take some action. And then the only other one that is recommended is number 67, which is to add a definition of traffic impact policy to the glossary. So my recommendation would be maybe 2 implementation programs or 1 for 62 and 63, and yes to number 67.
Okay, just a comment on 62 and 63. If you guys, if you read the comments from the EIR, VTA wrote a pretty extensive thing, and and when it was related to traffic, obviously their priority is making sure the buses get through, and so they had a number of suggestions on how we could prioritize bus traffic. So I would completely agree with you. I actually wrote in my comments that 62 and 63 could be implementation programs because it's not even clear that they're feasible for the town. And so we would have to study them to see if that was possible. And so I agree with you on that. And then in addition to the not recommended ones, 64 and 65 were clearly designated by staff as being part of the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, not in the general plan. So, I mean, while we could certainly do these things, it may or may not make sense to, change the draft of the mobility element. Let's see. So I also have Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Clark that have comments. So why don't you go ahead, Commissioner Thomas?
Thank you. I agree with the comments so far about 62 and 63 being added as one implementation program. I looked over the implementation programs, but I'm happy to know if staff thinks that those are already in court, like already covered somewhere. But I don't believe that they are, so I'm happy to add that. And then the second thing was I also support number 67. And I did have a question for staff about when the bike and pedestrian master plan would be updated, just so, because that was recommended for 64 and 65.
So I believe the bike and ped master plan was actually just updated in the last few years, but we do have Woo-Jae Kim from Parks and Public Works here, and he may be able to give you a specific date.
Good evening, commissioners. Woo-Jae Kim, town engineer. Yeah, the pedestrian and bicycle master plan was updated in 2020. So we would have to further investigate when the next round of updates would need to be. And we could definitely work with our Complete Street and Transportation Commission and the town manager's office and CDD to figure out when the next update need to be. But I suspect it won't be for another 2 or 3 years. So hope that answers your question.
Yes, that does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to the question you're asking, Commissioner Thomas, I would say that, since you sat on the GPAC with us, although I think it's really important that those particular corridors for complete streets are some of the most important ones, and they would be talked about in the community design elements in terms of they're important. They're like the main street in a couple of our community place districts. I think it would be too much detail to put in the general plan to call out specific streets for complete streets. And I think it's more the purview of the plan. And it might already be in the bike and ped master plan because there is a complete streets policy that the town has. It may already be in there, but I wouldn't add it into the general plan. So that's my opinion on it. Commissioner Clark, did you have comments or questions?
Yes, I agree. I think I'd like to see 62 and 63 as implementation programs. And I hear a lot about VTA, and I think collaboration with VTA is really important. And I'm involved with them separately, and it feels like there needs to be more merging of the worlds, and like it's really possible. So I think that would be great. And I think that 67 looks good. I had one thing I wanted to bring up about implementation program D, the community shuttle system. I felt like the focus on parking mostly focused on accommodating more cars and making sure that there's more parking and stuff. And I think that there wasn't as much focus as I would theoretically like to see on reducing the need for parking. And I think that the community shuttle system could be a really interesting way to do this. And so the only thing I wanted to bring up for this is I definitely would not expect it to be implemented before 2026, but I would like to see work on it happen before then because of how long this program might take. And so I wanted to include for staff and council to consider moving the timeline up for the community shuttle system.
I think that's a reasonable request to consider moving up the timeline because, especially when we see that there's going to be big, huge impacts from greenhouse gas and transportation perspective, irrespective of the fact that it happens in every general plan. I mean, with building planning for 2,000 units, it's going to be an issue. So I don't have a problem with, moving up, recommending moving up the priority of it. I had a couple questions for staff on some of the things.
Can I just ask a clarifying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go on. The implementation program is already 2020 to 2025, and I was just confused by your comments, Commissioner Clark, because you're saying to move it to 20. If I'm reading it correctly, you want the implementation timeline to change from 2026 to 2020 to 25, but it already is, I think.
Okay, on mine it shows it under 2026 to 2040. And if it isn't, if it's on the earlier one, then I think that's great.
I see it.
So just for clarification, it is currently marked in the 2026 to 2040 timeframe.
Okay, so I'm in an older version.
Okay, so then your recommendation would stand to move it into the 2020 to 2025 priority.
Cool. Good catch, Commissioner Janoff. Thank you for bringing that up.
Okay. Okay. So then I do have a couple of questions to ask. One was on 58, which is brought up by one of the speakers. Make downtown streets bike and pedestrian only. And while you guys said not recommended, is there any merit to studying to make it less car dependent, or do we have that covered in another implementation program?
If I could, I'll start, and I'm sure staff will add on. We have in our capital improvement program downtown streetscape project that is a placeholder really for after the pandemic ends and as we start getting more revenue from different sources. So that's really part of a comprehensive evaluation of our streetscape and looking at redesign. So that's already in our program. I don't think we need to add it because I think there's already interest in making sure that we can widen sidewalks and make that major street more accessible for all modes of travel. So it's something that's already it's actually already in the more of a short-term work plan. We're just waiting to get enough resources to hire a landscape architect and help us design it.
Okay. And I kind of thought that from the general plan advisory committee discussions that we had clearly identified, things in that realm for that as what we need to do, not just for downtown, but for some other places, to raise the safety and usability for all modes of transportation, not just cars. So I thought we were covered, but I only wanted to bring it up because we had one of our commenters bring it up and it was on this list here, even though it wasn't recommended. And so I understand that now. I had another question about number 60 and staff did respond that adding off ramps from Highway 85 to Winchester was outside of the purview of the Los Gatos general plan. But in the past, I have seen where we did say we would coordinate with regional agencies if we thought it was a priority. And I'm not saying it is, I'm just asking the question, is that something that we should consider to lobby for?
And I can start, well, no, go ahead, Town Manager Pavetti.
Okay, I was just gonna say that the needs of the highway system in Silicon Valley are so great that it's just not
it won't happen.
Going to happen. Quite honestly, there's already a study going on about Highway 85 and how to improve efficiencies. And I think we're even having difficulty coming to agreement about how to make that artery more effective and, perhaps introducing a transit. So I think there's so much that we have that's needed that I just don't, this would be one of those action items that we just would not be able to implement.
Got it. Okay. All right. I'm it's not even clear, how much difference it would make anyways. So, I mean, but I wanted to at least ask the question so that we say that we asked the question. And then one last question I had was about the paid parking. We are silent in the general plan about paid parking, and there was a parking study done, and I understand we're implementing all that. And my only question for staff is, if by being silent about paying for parking, are we putting ourselves in conflict with current policies, or is it better just to stay silent about it?
So the town council is already moving forward on paid parking. So that's actually on the agenda for next Tuesday. So there's no reason for the 2040 plan to get into that level of detail.
Okay, so there won't be any conflict because we're not saying that you shouldn't charge for parking either. So we're just silent about it. So there's no conflict. Okay, good. Then I'm good. So that was all my questions. So then I think we had a motion from Commissioner Janoff to adopt 67 and add 62 and 63 as implementation programs. Is that correct?
As one program.
As one program, yeah.
And I just wanted to note that Commissioner Raspy had his hand up a little bit ago. Wasn't sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. So Commissioner Raspy.
Thank you, Chair. I actually, you asked the question I had with respect to the parking study. So thank you for asking, but my question's been answered. Thank you much.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Janoff, but Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Clark have their hands up. Did you have more comments before we do the second? Because we can do that. So
Yeah.
Commissioner Thomas.
I do. I also wanted to, if Commissioner Janoff is okay with it, to change implementation program D to 2020 and 2025 to that time frame. Include that in the motion.
Yes, that's acceptable to the maker of the motion.
So is that a second, Commissioner Thomas? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. All right. And then Commissioner Clark, did you have anything else now that that was added to the
That's
motion?
exactly what I was going to say. Thank you.
Okay. So then let's go ahead and, unless anyone has any other comments on mobility or anything else that they recommend changing, let's go ahead and take our roll call vote. And I'll start with Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Tavana,
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy,
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well. Okay, so we've gotten through the mobility element. And then let's go ahead and we start on the next one. It is 10:47, and so we'll see where we are at 11 and decide whether we should keep going or we should adjourn to another meeting. But I think that was the point where I had thought that we would at least decide whether we would keep going. But I don't see any scenario where we're going to finish all the elements tonight. But look, I think we could probably get through the next element. Ms. Armour.
I just wanted to clarify that if the discussion is going beyond 11 p.m., we will need a motion specifically to continue the meeting past that time.
Okay. All right. Well, there weren't an incredible amount of changes in the well, there was actually quite a few, but let's go ahead and start on it, and then at 11 o'clock I'll stop if we're not finished with public facilities, services, and infrastructure element. I'll stop there, and then we'll decide if we continue or to finish that or defer to the next meeting. So the public facilities, service, and infrastructure element, there are, quite a number of changes in my review, but I thought most of them were pretty reasonable, but we ought to discuss what we wanted to add. And I had a question on 69, which was considering the following additions. I don't know that I even knew what MWENDO is. I tried looking for it somewhere. I didn't see it in the general plan, but maybe I missed it.
I believe that may mean maybe indicating water efficient ordinance. Maybe it was a typo in their letter.
So it came from the one of the Valley Water.
I can look at what the wording of that policy is and see if that makes sense.
Well, because they had 4 different suggestions. It was consider adopting the MWENDO, encourage non-potable reuse of water like gray water, rainwater, which we don't have in there now, require dedicated landscape meters where applicable, and require installation of separate sub-meters in each unit of multifamily developments within commercial buildings. And you guys had said on a lot of those that you were neutral. So
yeah, this is adding a lot of detail to a goal, which, the goal is kind of the highest level when you've got goals, policies, and implementation measures. But if that additional detail is something that the Planning Commission feels is important to recommend, it could be part of that. I do think they may have intended that to be water efficient landscape, but we could look into that. Clearly, they are talking about water efficiency.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, so that you made a good point that goal is about water efficiency overall, and how far in the weeds are we going to get in terms of policies. and the town manager has her camera on. So
Yeah, I just, thanks to the teamwork of the participants that are watching the meeting, it is the model water efficient new development ordinance.
okay. All right, that makes sense to me because of what else is covered in there. But like I said, I didn't see it. I tried flipping through them, and it wasn't in the general plan right now. So then I thought it was probably in something else that I hadn't seen yet or didn't or missed. Okay, Commissioner Janoff, and then Commissioner Thomas.
I didn't have an issue with including these, but I wouldn't modify the goal PFS 1 if they can be incorporated under some of the policies without substantially changing what the GPAC worked really hard on refining. I could keep them or leave them out. I'm not, either way. I thought number 70 was a good recommendation. I agree with all those that are not recommended. The question I had with the, I think there's 2 or 3 items that refer to the connection between Los Gatos, Saratoga Rec. We didn't really get into that level of detail, specifically saying who's providing childcare. So I would think that those kind of comments, that would be 72, possibly 73, possibly 74, is too far into the weeds, and things might change over 20 years, and who knows if LGS is going to still be around. We don't want this to be dated at any point if we can help it. So I would not recommend those, even though staff is recommending, well, you're recommending something different with regard to the figure. That's fine. Number 75, we had a lot of input from the senior commission on anything related to senior. So just as with many things, the GPAC deferred to those who were experts in their area. If we didn't get this comment from the senior commission, I'm not sure, but so I have a no against that one.
I think you have a good point on that. I mean, we did get we had them come to our meeting. They sent in written comments, and this sounds like it came from LGS Recreation, right. Saying we weren't, we're doing all this stuff and we're not being recognized in the general plan is what I am getting out of the comments.
That's how I read these several comments, and so I don't think the general plan is the place for that. So I'm just caution against that. Number 76, I don't, once again, we've got an acronym that hasn't been spelled out. At least I don't know what CPTED means. So
it's in the general plan right now, by the way. But I thought the same thing. I thought, I don't, is that in our definitions? Yeah.
Yes, it's criminal crime prevention through environmental design.
Yeah. Okay.
But it is defined.
Okay.
Okay.
I would say no on 77. Encourage the private facilities community center to host performing arts events. I don't think we need to add or community center, especially since we don't have one. I don't think at the moment. Number 79. If we want to do more for the plant-based diet contingent in town, then maybe, but how would we implement that is my question. Who's adding the trees, and if we're adding trees to town property, what staff is going to maintain, and what you have to do to keep the trees working, or I don't know. That seemed like a very specific thing and a great idea, but not so easily implemented. And that's all I have.
Okay. Did you have a comment on 80? Because they wanted to add dark sky conservation and healthy ecosystems to the existing implementation program for outdoor lighting.
I was okay with adding that.
Okay, I was as well. Okay, let's see. I'm not sure between Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Clark who had their hand up first. Let's go with Commissioner Thomas.
Okay, thank you. I think that for number 69, I think that in general, I agree with Commissioner Janoff's comments. So thank you for that. And then for number 69, I believe that we need to add a definition of recycled water to like the list of definitions, because when I read the goals, I felt like gray water and rainwater, storm water collection were covered in it already, but I don't know. So I feel like we just need to add that definition. What do we mean by recycled water? Because gray water is typically what we mean by recycled water. So if that could be added to clarify, I think that would address the issues with some of the issues with number 69. And then, yeah, I think that I also very much support number 80, but I don't feel super strongly about other parts.
Okay, Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Tabana.
Thank you. Yeah, so I also generally agree. I think for number 69 that these can be fit under some of those policies under the goal. And so, for example, for encouraged non-potable reuse of water, I think that could fit under policy 1.5 sustainable water use. And so I think that that's probably something to explore with that one, but I don't think that they should be added as their own policies. I agree with the stances commissioners have taken on the other ones. For number 76, I definitely think no for that one. I think that wording was there for a reason, and I wouldn't support taking that out. And then for number 79, the fruit trees, I want to ask staff, because they were neutral on it, if that is possible, because I agree it's a great idea, but I also have a hard time seeing how that would be implemented and maintained. And I have a second question for staff. I was wondering for number 80, where it adds dark sky conservation, is this the only place in the general plan where this would be implemented? It would also go in like open space in parks or something, right?
Yeah, dark sky is included in some of the other sections. Design of new buildings, for example, we've got at least one policy that does include reference to dark sky.
It's in community design for sure.
There definitely, we added it to a policy specifically in response to those public comments. In response to the question about the fruit trees, the idea of having additional fruit trees in town, we're neutral on that. It was one of the less specific recommendations or comments, right? So how exactly, I think the implementation of that, is it something that's added to an existing policy? They talk about possibly under section 6.13, but so a little bit of a question there as to how you might see implementing that. But I could see it being part of, if there were some local farms, activities, we definitely like to support the town's history of the orchards in town. And it looks like community development, Paulson, has something to add.
The first thing I'll add is it's 11 o'clock. The second thing I'll add is that we'll look into that more. Ultimately, that's going to be a resource issue. We're not going to be looking to create orchard facilities or some of the farming activities like they're proposing on the North 40 to do, where they're going to have someone actually actively monitor that. That would be problematic, but we'll get some more information before we come back to the meeting for the next meeting. So we will need a motion to extend past 11 to a specific time. And then we can see where that goes.
Okay. Should I make the motion or should I ask someone to make the motion? What I'd like to suggest to the commission is that we try and finish this particular element, and then we adjourn to another meeting. And we'll have to have a. Do we need to do the date certain right now? Okay. All right. So I'm going to suggest
you don't need to do you don't need to do the date certain now, but we need to do it before you close this evening.
Okay, got it.
First motion is to extend it.
And it has to be a specific time.
And you then would have the opportunity when we get to that time to extend it further if you so wish.
Well, I'm going to just suggest 11:30, but if we finish this element before that, I would want to stop and get to the next meeting. So that's my proposal. So Commissioner Tavana.
I move to extend the meeting till 11:30.
Okay, thank you. And is there a second? Commissioner Raspy, it looks like you're seconding.
Yes, I'll second that motion.
Okay, good. All right. And then we will take our roll call vote. Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Tabana,
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy,
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well. Okay, so then we also had the hands up from our staff. Mr. Kim, did you have something that you wanted to say?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, regarding the goal for the fruit trees and so forth, I definitely believe more evaluation and analysis might be needed, getting our town arborists involved. This element is under public facilities and services. So I think if we're talking about planting fruit trees in public lands, we would definitely need to evaluate that further to see if we could maintain such trees and if those would be ideal in public spaces. And also a separate comment about gray water. Again, in public facilities and maybe parks, we do have to evaluate if that's even feasible or not, because I know there's purple pipes or recycled water. That's a possibility, but that is not even a feasible option at this time because of lack of quantities of recycled water available out there in the county.
Right. Okay. That's very helpful. So some of the things that are suggested under 69, what I'm hearing are not really practical. So okay. So let's see. I have a few hands up. Let's see. Well, I'll go with Commissioner Raspy because he's waving at me, and then we also have Commissioner Tamana who had his hand up before, and then Commissioner Thomas. So go ahead.
Right. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, one point, first of all, I agree generally with all comments made, especially with respect to some comments with noting that some of these notations may be dated, so we should be a little bit careful in the language we include. But specifically, I want to talk about the last bullet point in section 69, the requiring installation of separate submeters in multifamily developments. I think it's inferred but not stated that that should be applicable to new developments. I don't think we want to create a retrofit obligation to our existing units. So I think we'll need some clarifying language in that bullet.
And that's only if we choose to recommend it, period. I mean, so it is a choice to decide not to recommend it. So I appreciate that. And I would add on that the one before it, requiring dedicated landscape meters where applicable. I mean, the applicable would be the big question, because to take on having to retrofit the entire town with dedicated landscape meters, and I don't know, I can't speak for everyone, but we have a San Jose water meter at the street, and if I want to see what our water usage is, I just open the thing up and I can see what our water usage is. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm to do that seems like a lot to take on, and I'm not sure where it would take us. Let's see, Commissioner Tabana.
Thank you, Chair. Just two comments, actually. So I wouldn't, speaking of this comment 69, I wouldn't recommend any of those changes. I like to keep the language as is currently written. Secondly, in terms of the implementation programs, this is a new comment just I wanted to throw out there that I would like to see personally. Move up the implementation timeline for program C to 2020 to 2025. There's a lot of talk in town right now about this notion of artificial turf being somehow more environmentally friendly than real grass. I think we should have this study happen sooner rather than later, in my opinion.
To decide if that's the case. I mean, because I don't know if you saw that there was multiple comments in the staff report totally advocating for stopping any more artificial turf in town, period, and including maybe taking out the stuff that's at the Los Gatos Creekside Park.
That's great news. Well, I can tell you at all the local schools, because of the windfall from North 40, there is budget, and all the local Van Meter, Dave's, they're going to put in artificial turf for some reason at these elementary schools. So needless to say, I would like to see this study happen sooner rather than later.
Okay, so you're adding in a recommendation that isn't on the list that we have here to move up the priority of studying
Correct.
the artificial turf. Okay, so that we duly noted, and we can decide if we can move forward with that. But that makes sense. Was there other comments that you had?
Oh, that was it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's see. And I've lost track of who is next. So let's go with Commissioner Thomas, and then Commissioner Janoff, and then Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Commissioner Tavana, for that comment. I do agree that implementation program C needs to be moved up, and maybe within that we need to have alternatives to just regular sod, essentially, also, because that is not going to be the good solution moving forward water wise either. So maybe this implementation program needs to be just changed to like appropriate ground, you know what I mean? Like just studying what the appropriate ground cover needs to be in places where turf is needed. Then that would cover the appropriate use of artificial turf, but also hopefully cover some more sustainable and environmentally and, health friendly alternatives.
Yeah, that's friendly to the water. Yeah.
Yes. And people. I think that's some of the concerns.
And people.
Artificial
Got
turf.
it. Okay. Commissioner Janoff.
Just completely in agreement with what was just discussed on IPC. And I am also in agreement with Commissioner Tavana. We should not incorporate any of the changes recommended in 69. It seems like the more people who speak from the town, the less likely these are viable recommendations to implement. So my recommendation would be to not incorporate any of 69, to follow on Commissioner Tavana's recommendation.
Well, and the good news is that by keeping it general, it doesn't preclude the town from pursuing any of these avenues under the guise of water efficiency, because that is our goal. How we go about doing it is still, anything is open, right? That makes sense. So I think I like that as a resolution. Let's see, Commissioner Clark.
Yes, I agree about program C moving up the timeline. And then I also like Commissioner Thomas's change to also studying what the appropriate ground cover needs to be. And I agree about number 69. And for number 79, the fruit trees, I would like to include just a recommendation to council to like explore including this in the plan. I don't think that we should even actually include it, but I think that might be something worth looking into in the time between the review.
Would you want to add an implementation program to study the feasibility of doing it, or just send it off to council saying that it sounds like a good idea, but we're not sure, where to put it?
Yeah, I definitely don't think we should add it as another implementation program.
Since we have 100, so
yeah, it seemed like we have enough work to do. But I think since we don't even know if it's feasible, that's another reason not to put it as one. But I think it is something worth looking into and then considering including in the general plan if it does turn out to be completely feasible.
Okay, got it. Okay, Commissioner Tavana.
Sorry, I had my hand accidentally raised.
Okay, Commissioner Janoff.
Yeah, I think one thing we want to keep in mind is that the housing element gives us an opportunity to get more detailed about how we want to construct neighborhoods and affordable housing that supports the residents, right? So we heard a great piece during our study session last week that was, what was it called? Agrihood, which was a low-income neighborhood built by CORE. And it included a whole agricultural garden and whatnot to support the residents. And I think this would be a great idea to include in the housing element when we get there, to incentivize sort of the holistic affordable housing, low income housing concept. So don't lose it. I don't think this is the right place for it. Put it someplace where it can actually do what I think they're getting at, which is we've got this opportunity to grow food for our community. Let's put it where it makes most sense to do that. And maybe it winds up being a public-private partnership or something that's a requirement for the developers, or I don't know. But don't lose it, but not in this section.
Okay, sounds good. Commissioner Thomas.
I agree. And I think that it can even be expanded to not just fruit trees, but in general, just, edible, everything edible. So I feel like I'm ready to make a motion if people don't have a ton of other comments.
I think we're fine. I just wanted to make a double check, and because Commissioner Janoff might have mentioned it earlier, but on number 70, since staff was recommending it, will that be part of your motion to include it? Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so I move to forward the public facility services and infrastructure element with the following changes. One, to add a definition of recycled and reclaimed water. Are we okay with that? Okay, good. Two, to change implementation program C up to the 2020-2025 timeline and expand it to looking at artificial turf alternatives, ground cover alternatives. Number 70, except number 70, number 80, and I believe Commissioner Janoff also said number 73. Can she give me a second?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was recommended. Yeah, okay. That was recommended by staff.
And number 73.
Okay, that's your motion. And do we have a second? Commissioner Clark.
Second.
Great. And I think we've made a ton of comments, so I will go ahead and take the roll call vote, and I'll start with Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Tavana.
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy.
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay, good. All right, so we've gotten through several elements, and I'm suggesting that we will stop here and pick up with open space, parks, and recreation at our meeting, which will be a date certain. The staff had polled all of us to determine a couple of possible date certains. One date certain was tomorrow. That is absolutely a non-starter for me. And I don't know if there's other commissioners that can't do tomorrow. The other date that they told us about was the 20th, which is a week from today. And we would definitely not have, I believe, 2 commissioners for that. So when talking with staff today, they surfaced a couple of other possibilities, which were, remind me, Ms. Armour, I think you said the 18th, which is a Monday, and the 25th.
So the other 2 options, so it's correct. It looks like we would likely have 5 commissioners join us if we did it tomorrow night, but also a slightly different 5 if we went for Wednesday, the 20th. The other 2 options would be 7 o'clock Monday, April 18th. There is the Senior Services Committee has a special meeting at 5 o'clock, but we expect they would be done by 7. Or Monday, April 25th. The Finance Commission has a special meeting at 5 o'clock, but again, it's likely they would be done by 7. So that is also viable. But we don't know whether the commissioners are available for those. Another point is that it wouldn't necessarily have to be a 7 o'clock in the evening meeting now that we have completed the comments from the public. If there was another time of day that worked for a majority of the commissioners, that is also an option.
You mean like meeting earlier?
Correct.
Okay. Although we have several commissioners that are working commissioners, so I'm not sure if that'll be feasible. So I'm not clear on the best way to proceed on this. Should we list as a number of dates and have people vote which ones they can make, or, because I'm not comfortable that based on the polling of those original 2 dates that we had enough alternatives that would get enough of us here to make sense.
Well, I'll just interject. I mean, obviously, we're going to make a motion. I'm not sure we're going to find a date that's going to work for everyone, frankly. But, ultimately, just do a quick raise of hands of, folks who would be available on the 18th, and then do a quick raise of hands of people who will be available on the 25th. And if everyone raises their hand, then we'll look for a motion. Looks like Commissioner Tavana has a comment.
Yep, go ahead, Commissioner Tavana.
I was just going to say, the best day that works for me is the 20th. I was going to start there and go and see what else works for everybody else.
I will add there that if the 20th does work for Commissioner Tavana, I think that does bring us up to 6. Then it would be Commissioner Thomas is the only one unavailable on the 20th.
Okay. Well, can we get a quick show of hands on who would be available on the 18th to see if we could get to 7? I don't know if we can or not. I can do it.
Can I ask a question very quickly?
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Just what time again was proposed?
Well, let's do a starting of 7 o'clock like our normal meeting, but we have done special meetings where we start at 6 before. Given what they said about the special meeting on the 18th of the, I forget which group it was the, they have the senior services. Probably starting at 6 wouldn't be as easy of an option as starting at 7. So I would just probably say 7.
Okay, I just am, yeah, I mean, on Wednesday, I'm out of town next week. So I'm just looking at my calendar for what time on Wednesday, because I might be able to make that work, but let's see what works for everyone.
Okay, well, if it's Wednesday, the 20th, it's certainly possible that we could start at 6 instead of 7. Because I didn't hear from staff that there's another conflicting meeting that day that they have to support. So, and I, it's not Wednesdays is the day we normally meet, so I don't think there's other meetings that day. So, okay, so let me go back to the 18th and show of hands who could make it on the 18th. Okay, so we've got 6 of us for the 18th, and we wouldn't have Commissioner Tavana. So it comes down to either the 18th or the 20th. And we could check on the 25th, show of hands who could make it on the 25th. Okay, so we still have, it looks like 6. We still have 6. Oh, 7. Okay.
I'll be in a different time zone, but I could chime in.
And I have the same issue on the 25th. I'm going to be out of town, but I could, I can get on Zoom. It's not a problem. So, okay. So then maybe we should just go ahead and go to the, I'm going to make a proposal that we make the date certain the 25th, since we could have all 7 of us available. And so I'm proposing the date certain of the Monday, April 25th, and we would start at 7 Pacific time. Do I have a second? Vice Chair Barnett.
Second the motion.
Okay, and let's see, I will just take the roll call vote. Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Tavana.
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy.
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff.
Yes, but I had a question. If people are out of town on a different time zone and seniors probably not meeting on the 25th and the 18th, or somebody else meeting on the 18th.
Finance Commission is meeting on the 25th.
You think that would allow a 6 o'clock start? No. I'm available for a yes.
Okay, yes. Okay, Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
And then Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So the what we proposed was 7 o'clock start time, but if staff lets us know that we could start an hour earlier, I don't think it would be a problem for us. But let's put the thing that we voted on out there now. It will make it late for any of us on the East Coast. So like I'll be in the central time zone, so it'll be 9 o'clock that we start, but that's okay. So I think it's important to me. It's more important that we have everyone there so that we can finish our discussion. Okay, so Vice Chair Burnett, you have your hand up. Did you have any other comments? You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm having trouble with my computer. That was an error. Sorry for the trouble.
Okay, no problem. Okay, good. Well, I want to thank everyone for all their time and effort that they put in tonight. And we did make some decent progress on the general plan. And then we hopefully can finish up at our next meeting that's scheduled for Monday, April 25th. And I will go to Director Paulson because we do need to finish up our the Community Development Director's report and anything else because it's a regular Planning Commission meeting.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So last week, the council met. They discussed whether or not additional fiscal analysis should be performed for the general plan. After a lot of discussion, it was determined that no additional fiscal analysis was necessary. They also considered an appeal of 118 Olive, which they ultimately approved with some modifications that were a result of a compromise between the property owner and the adjacent neighbors. And they also considered 110 Wood Road, and ultimately the applicant is going to be making some modifications, so I was remanded back to the Planning Commission for consideration. We're waiting for resubmittal of that for your consideration. It was mentioned last week, we also had a study session on kind of the nuts and bolts of affordable housing and the challenges with that. For anyone who wasn't able to attend that, that is available on the town's housing element website. So feel free to go to that website. And then also want to throw out there that there's, the next Housing Element Advisory Board will be on April 21st via Zoom. So we encourage folks to attend that as well.
Okay, that's great. And then the last thing is, well, the second last thing is in addition to their service on the Planning Commission, all planning commissioners serve on a different committee. Those include the General Plan Committee, which is currently the Housing Element Advisory Board, the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee, and the Historic Preservation Committee. And so I will ask if there are any reports from any of those subcommittees since the last time we met on March 23rd. And I saw that CDAC was canceled. We haven't had the Housing Element Advisory Board meet, so the only one left would be Historic Preservation. So, nope. Okay. All right. So we don't have any meetings. And then is there anything anyone wanted to bring up in commission matters? Okay. We're all good on that. So then I will say this meeting is adjourned, and I thank you all for your service, and we will see you on the 25th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Night, sleep well.
All right.